be going a certain direction. It's like he's going
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
out of the way.
Caden Spicer kidnapped. I have no idea. I know it's late, guys. I wasn't planning to come on.
Right,
I thought maybe something important had come up, but I'm not so sure this is important. I actually am not sure at all. So I will keep this very short. I will keep it very short, guys, if there's nothing here that is interesting. I'm watching JLR Investigates, and there is, it says 17-year-old Caden Spicer kidnapped the car. Ah, shit, man, this is not interesting. I made a mistake to come on. But I'm gonna read your comments in a second to see if there's anything I missed today. Anything we missed, anything worth paying attention to.
County, Florida.
Because a lot of things now are not worth paying attention to that I'm receiving on a daily basis. So, and I don't like to waste my energy because I feel that now we are just being played with, right? When it comes to the case of Jack and Lilly. So I don't get excited when I hear anything about, there are cadaver dogs and there's nothing is exciting to me, guys. Statements from Daniel, statements from Malaya, statements from Janie, those are interesting. Can be interesting.
All right, so let me give you some information. We got
and the one thing that I realized the last time, when I talked about Oren and Orson West,
they're searching.
And Daniel's interview, Daniel, I believe he's being coached. I think he has people who coach him and help him out and advise him. But I think that even though this may be the case, he still is who he is. He still gets nervous. He still doesn't feel like everything is going to be all right, necessarily. I think that's just how he's wired, you know what I mean? Let me see what you guys are writing. I guess this is not very important here. This is about, I don't know, I watched JLR Investigates right now, and I got alerted, and I figured maybe there's something important. I didn't want to come. I didn't plan. Let's say it like this. I didn't. Hi, guys. Zach, what's happening? Zach, anything new that you're paying attention to right now?
I'm going to.
Anything that I've been missing?
Hopefully.
I don't care about this.
I'm going to plug this in. I'll be right back.
Okay, so this was from JLR Investigates, and supposedly something interesting happened somewhere. Okay, I'm getting now your information about. Give me a second. Is there anything that you have heard about the cadaver dog search? Let me ask it like that. Anything. Anything. Hey, Jerry Lynn. I heard the first day that they had been used and on the property of Janie's. That's what I was told. That's what I was told. So, is this what I was listening to?
Prim girl, as I would say, if that's what you call it. I guess they call her a diva or whatever, but to me, Miss Prim. Because whenever she would get her clothes dirty, she would go in and change her clothes. I never knew what that girl was going to come out in.
Oh my God. I don't know if I want to do this right now. But there's something I listened to the last time. Where is it? Mm-mm-mm. Give me a second, guys. I just got on. I figured, that's the problem, man. When I get alerted of something, it's supposed to be interesting and then it's not. It kind of leaves me hanging. Jack's jacket? Yeah, let's go right there. That's what he said. It's not a winter jacket. Can you see this? Do I need to clean my lens or anything? Let me get some coffee. That's a statement, guys. That one. That's the one statement. I hope it's clear, right? It's not a winter jacket. That's wrong. First of all, it's a dark navy spring jacket. Second of all, I don't know where it is. It left with him. That's very blatantly passive to accuse a jacket of leaving. That's like major avoidance. And I mean major avoidance right here. The jacket left with him. Janie Mackenzie's property searched and done inside and out. Then they searched pipeline near blanket and then rest of pipeline. DT said he thought Earth's property searched. He thought? Really? How about the Earth's property was searched? Got it. How about the ATV? Was it there? Justin's car, Earth's property up north. Yeah, the jacket, huh? And Lilly's coat, Wade said he saw it on the car, on the hood of the car, or somewhere on a car when he got there on Friday. It was still out there. It left with him on Friday. Someone put it on him. No chairs were moved. So he never put the jacket on himself. Listen to this. Someone put it on him. No chairs were moved, so he never put the jacket on himself. I don't know who put it on him. Time will tell. The coat rack is too high for him to reach on its own. So there's too much wording surrounding how high it is and that he couldn't have gotten it on himself. But who took it? How did it disappear? So we don't know anything, right? About the cadaver dog search? No idea? One second, people. More Janie audio. That's the one, right? That I listened to last time.
วิสวาโปรดรอปรสน้ำผึ้งมะนาวยาอมบรรเทาอาการไอและเจ็บคอให้วิสวาโปรดรอป
Dog force, so if anybody's around.
Yeah. So this is pretty damn. So what has police stated? Have they stated anything? That's it, CB Canada. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. You know what I'm thinking the cadaver dog is here for? I agree with you 100%. And I tell you in a minute why I think they are doing the cadaver dog search. And I want to take my time to make sure everybody understands that. So we don't live in false hope. So that from now on, whenever we hear anything, we filter it. We become the filter. So we don't get excited and understand the tactics that law enforcement, regular tactics from law enforcement. What do they do to satisfy the public, or rather appease the public? That is the tactic, guys. I have zero hope in this. None. Absolutely not. Quite the opposite. This is the tactic to shut the public up for good. You understand? That's the goal. That's exactly what they want to do. You see, guys, the problem is they want to convince us that there's no criminal case. Nothing. Go home, everybody. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry. We got this covered, people. Don't think. Don't use your mind. Your mind is playing tricks on you because you're imagining it. You are just somebody on social media who thinks too much. And we are professionals. And we will tell you what to think. And since you have so much doubt, we're going to send in cadaver dogs and do a half-assed search, because after that we can declare proudly we have exhausted all avenues and there is no criminal anything. They, I believe, are using this to sell the narrative that there's nothing criminal about it. Which, of course, forget everything you learned about the statements. Forget everything. They couldn't have wandered away. So there must have been somebody removing them. This is 100% only criminal. Only. Criminal is the only possibility because they couldn't have gotten far. Janie herself told us that. This case is 100% criminal in nature, and it doesn't matter who you blame. It doesn't matter where your mind is wandering. It doesn't matter who may be responsible or what may have happened. Doesn't matter. Either way, this case is 100% criminal. There's no other possibility. The only other possibility would have been that these two little children wandered away, and they kept on walking and walking and walking and gotten so far that they were too far for anybody to search. Yeah, right. So let's just assume even this scenario, they would have had to be picked up somewhere by somebody, and that would be a criminal action, right? Even if somebody, if you have two children, if you pick up two children on the side of the road because they're wandering and they're wandering around and they're lost, the first thing you do, you pull up in front of a store somewhere and you call 911, or you call immediately 911 and say, here, hey, I got two kids here. Unless you know them, or unless they tell you, hey, I live right over here in this house, or you know where they live, then you can take them there and say, watch your kids. They gotten away. Yeah. But if you pick up two children on the side of the road and you don't call police and you don't, that would be criminal immediately. Absolutely. For whatever reason, if you pick them up and don't notify law enforcement immediately or bring them home to their parents. So either way that you may want to spin it, there's really two possibilities only. The kids wandered away. I mean, how impossible is that? Unless you're like the dumb searcher woman, right? Who's the leader of the squad. That, by the way, they love to have obedient dumbasses like her working. Trust me. I've observed a lot in my life. They love people. If you're too smart, they don't like you. But if you're an obedient dumbass, they will love you because you never, But anyways, don't allow yourself to get too excited when you hear any high house music. How are you? House Musik. This is all a hatchet job, guys. Seriously. Now they will be able to say, we have had the cadaver dogs deployed. A thorough search was conducted. Nothing was indicated. This is not a criminal investigation. There was no criminal activity here. The case continues. The case is ongoing. And as long as it's ongoing, they can say we cannot reveal anything to you because the case is ongoing, right? I mean, I don't know how it's in Canada, but in the States, when they close a case, they need to release something, right? They need to release more files. Isn't it like that? But as long as they say it's ongoing, and all they have is one guy who once in a while answers emails, because that's what happened in the case of Sebastian Rogers. There's one guy sitting around. They say he is in charge of the investigation. All he did was answer some emails here and there. That's his job. Tell people what they want to hear. And things shift. And people who have contacted the RCMP, some of you have told me, and I've seen some of the emails. The earlier emails back to you were very, very positive. And I don't know if I'm allowed to share it but you know who you are. Very positive. And then about a month or so ago, it completely shifted. Like, okay, I cannot tell you anything anymore. First, they were happy because people bring things to their attention, including some of my findings. And they were looking into them. Callie Gibson, I believe it was you. I'm not sure exactly. But if you can send it to me again, or send me specifically what I may be allowed to share, because I don't want to share too much if it goes into a personal area. So whenever you guys, the best thing is when you send me something, clarify if I can share it in public, because if I dig it, I want to share it immediately. I want people to know about it, because it doesn't matter if it's sitting in my brain and taking space there. Unless I get it out immediately, I don't even want it. I don't even want to know it. I got to find my pen, because I have a real notebook now, because I like it, because I'm more comfortable with the real notebook, not my laptop, right? To be organized that way. I don't know. I grew up without a laptop. I didn't have a laptop. I didn't have a smartphone. So the way I feel comfortable taking my own notes, written by hand in a book, staying organized, guys. Yes, Carly, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Send me only exactly what you will allow me to share, you know what I mean? So if you have to crop something out, or tell me to crop something out if you want me to. I just want to make sure that I don't, because in these cases, this is the one thing I have to be very careful about. It may be on the screen for a split second, but that's enough for anybody to get a screenshot of anything, you know? But how are you guys doing? You're divorced from an RCMP? Oh, wow. Have you asked him to, I don't know if you're still on good terms. Danik, I am now seeing all of the signs that this will be just like Sebastian Rogers, Madeleine McKay, Summer Wells. It will be exactly the same way. Okay. Anybody else, if you are RCMP or are in contact, you know, from what I understand, they all know more or all believe differently from what they're saying in public. But legally speaking, they also feel like their hands are tied. We cannot move forward with this. I think they could. I think they could, but, you know, and then what will happen? Okay, the stepfather. CPS was already there. What? CPS was there? Again and again? They had black eyes? All of this? What the hell? The public will be outraged, and they know it. They don't want to chance it, people. Police don't want to chance that. They will rather play you for an idiot and say, well, I don't care if you believe me or not, but at least I'm not going to give you any fodder for you to, criticize RCMP or CPS, right? They protect each other. That's just reality. That's why in the beginning, when so many people talk to me, Belinda posted a pic of Jack recently with a very clear, really? Can you send me this picture? I didn't see it. But I'm 100% sure that the picture we saw from the school with the black eye, that was nothing compared to how it looked before. The way that black eye looked, it looked good enough for him to let Jack go to school. I want to see what his eyes or her eyes looked like on the days when they didn't go to school. That's what I want to know. Not when Daniel says, okay, it's good enough, you can hardly see it, go to school. I mean, when really, really they gotten hit and it just started to turn black. That's what I want to see. All of this talk about read the documents. I didn't do anything. That's now his go-to. That's his only go-to ammunition. Look at the documents. Daniel, I have a question. Would you? No. Look at the documents. Kylie Gibson asked him a lot of questions, a lot of good ones, and others too. And always the same thing. Look at the documents. Well, yes, we are analyzing you, and that's what he said. They're always analyzing me, and especially your mama. Especially your hateful mama, dude. So, all right, I'll get some coffee and then I'm going to be right back. Are you guys familiar with the Orson and Oren West? Should I just post this short video clip about what happened in the end? Give me a second. Yeah, man. Let me find some real quick because I don't want anybody to stay in the dark. I don't want anybody to not be sure what exactly I'm talking about when I am. There's a reason I'm using certain Here's one.
เปิดมุมมองความสำเร็จให้กว้างยิ่งกว่า TCL C8K
With breaking and gut-wrenching news in the case of those two little California City boys now missing more than 13 months. Trezell West, the adoptive father of those two boys, has just been indicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of child cruelty and the false report of an emergency. With these arrests and charges comes official confirmation of the worst fears of thousands of people who have been hoping and praying for Orson and Orrin West, just 3 and 4 years old when they disappeared at Christmas time from their home in California City in 2020. The indictment came late this afternoon. As of right now, West is not in custody. There are no charges filed against Jacqueline West, Trezell West's wife and the adoptive mother of the missing boys. Here are some notes that we have gathered today. The boys, again, Orson and Orrin West, they were 3 and 4 years old when they were reported missing. They would be 4 and 5 years old now. The boys first were reported missing at about 5:45 p.m., December 21st of 2020. The boys' adoptive parents are Trezell Philip West and 35 years of age, and Jacqueline Gabriel Vasquez West, 32. The adoptive parents told reporters they were with Orrin and Orson at the family home in California City on that chilly winter afternoon. It was Monday, 4 days before Christmas. Jacqueline West said she was wrapping presents. Trezell said he was building a fire in the home's fireplace. The parents said Orson and Orrin were on the back patio drawing with chalk. Trezell West said he accidentally left the backyard gate open when he stepped outside of the yard to gather firewood.
So many similarities. Just another bullshit story of saying, okay, in this case, they have been found guilty since. I believe she got finally arrested as well. But another bullshit story, and Daniel told us it's a 1 in a million that 2 children go missing. 1 in a million. No, dude. I mean, no, no. And there were 2 leakages there. 2 things that the stepfather leaked in the interview that I showed you the last time, the adoptive father. He said panned out. So I'm thinking the possibility I consider that maybe something in the kitchen one of the boys was hit with, maybe a frying pan or something like that, and then shot. It wasn't, he didn't say I shot somebody. He said there was some shooting, some reference to shot. So the question is, when one got hurt and died, what happened to the other one? I've talked about, I think that Jack may have been an accident. But what happened to Lilly? Because that's why Janie keeps talking to us about how much she screams. She didn't stop screaming. That's what I thought initially. What happened to Lilly if Jack got hurt? That is my question. These kinds of bullshit stories, where they say, okay, after the fact, so he gotten rid of the bodies. Yeah, the gate left, we left the gate open and the children just wandered around. No camera spotted them. They just magically disappeared, just like Sebastian Rogers. It's always the same crap. Madeleine McCain, the same thing. There's a window open. Oops, that must mean somebody came in and took him, right? But the language reveals that's not what happened. And that's what I shown you guys last time. And yes, one of you has, let me answer one question here. The over-explaining part. They are overcompensating. Both Daniel and this stepfather, both of them did not search one bit for the children because they knew the children were not there. Daniel did not search for one split second for Jack and Lilly because he knew, in my opinion, exactly where they were. And this stepfather did not search for 1 second for Orrin and Orson because he knew they wouldn't be there. That is why he puts up a list to overcompensate. Just like Daniel talking, I looked through the culverts, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, this long freaking list where even if you don't study statement analysis, you're already like, something doesn't feel right here. What are you doing now? What should we do now? Why are you, am I like your supervisor? Are you a security guard who has to show me photographs with the timestamps of where you were at any given time during the night or during your shift? What is that? spending a high percentage on what you have done. It is a percentage game, guys. What are they talking about? What do they spend the most time on talking? And in the beginning, in Daniel's case, it was all about how much he had done. And that is too much. You can say, I looked over here. Next, I'm going to look over there. Did you find anything? No. I thought I saw some. No, I didn't find anything. I'm moving. Right? Let's keep looking. Same with this guy. I looked here, I looked there, then I went there, then I talked to a neighbor, then this and that. It's almost like he wants to convince us that he had no idea where the children were. Let me see if anything more. But this is 3 years ago. That's when he was first charged. But they're in prison now, both of them.
The West said the boys must have slipped out of the yard through the open gate. It was
the glass sliding door.
Just before 5 p.m.
Must have. By the way, when they're trying to do the police work for you, also, that's a flag, people. That's a sensitivity right there. You're supposed to say, I have no idea what happened. The gate was open. I'm so sorry. Not try to convince they must have gotten out of there. When you say they must have gotten out of the open gate, that's already too much. And of course, the reason he did that was because he didn't want you to think about the alternatives. And the alternative is that he hurt both of the children. They both passed away. He removed the bodies. Much later, he called 911 and reported something that simply didn't happen.
In the evening, Drizel said he immediately realized the boys were gone.
Immediately.
He said he searched the house's large backyard for them. He said he and his wife searched the house and said he got in the family van and started searching the neighborhood, calling their names and asking neighbors if they had seen the boys. The darkness fell. Drizel told reporters he realized he needed help. The West called police within hours. Dozens of officers and volunteers were searching the neighborhood, scouring the desert, and repeating.
The desert. How far could they have gotten in the desert, right? How far? They must have just disappeared, right? They kept on walking and walking and walking in the desert, and magically, 1 second to the next, poof, they were gone. CB Canada says, Mike, in my opinion, Lilly came in screaming. They told her to calm down. Then they said something like Jack was sleeping or would go to hospital, and DM gave her a drink with strong medicine like Sebastian's case. It's a possibility, CB. It's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. But Daniel told us what happened that night via leakage. Jack was rustling around, then he was out. That's major leakage, people. I know that my videos, by the way, if any of you is able to cut the specific parts out of certain videos, feel free to do that. And if you can send it my way, wow, I would love that. I would put up some shorts or some 3-5 minute segments from previous videos because it's so hard to sift through all of them. If there's anything that you guys think, you know, feel free to upload it to your channel or whatever. Then I can share it even from your channel to mine. You know what I mean? Because these lives are really, really bad in terms of later on being able to sift through everything. So I will figure out a way to have also short videos that will not be premiered just upload it so people can have some reference points, because it's really, really, I love these lives, and during these lives, there's so much good information coming my way. And this is how I want to keep doing it, right? I started pre-recording one. I did post one in the members only section where I'm going to have some lives where I go into very, very, very deep detail, meaning that most of the people who are interested in learning more about Jack and Lilly may not be interested in that, because they figure, you know what, I'm working hard every single day. I don't really have time to study statement analysis or anything like that. So there's two different types of viewership that I recognize. It overlaps, of course, from time to time. But I realize there are those of you who are interested in learning, and that's my focus in the members only section. So those of you who become members will get deep details. And now I'm collecting, first of all, areas of interest from you guys. Chris Watts, we will go into him. That seems to be one of those cases where you guys are feeling like, damn, we don't know anything. What about his girlfriend? Let's look at her statements. And hopefully some of you are going to send me a lot of more information, or not a lot of information that I need. I just need the right information. I need the right type of statement, the right statement, something that stands out to you where you say, please look at this. This makes no sense. Take a look, you know? They were not feeding the kids adequately. They did everything wrong with Jack and Lilly, man. They didn't take care of them at all. They just dragged them along. I think they looked for food all the time. Sebastian Rogers too. Katie Proudfoot even said, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. That told me, no, she doesn't make breakfast every morning. You know what I mean? These types of dumb comments that these people are making shows major leakage. Of course, they think that, oh, now I'm going to look like a good mother by telling them that I made breakfast that morning. But through her statement, she leaked the fact that she hardly ever made breakfast in the morning. And they admitted, Sebastian, he gotten a jar of some food and he emptied it and ate it and put it back as if he put it back into the fridge or something like that, because he was afraid that they would know that he has eaten something. The boy was starving, man. You can see in the video from Texas Roadhouse, he's trying to get a roll and she signals him not to get one. And he immediately removes his hand, knowing that his mother doesn't want him to eat too much. The kid was so undernourished, so malnourished. And food is a way to control people. Shitty parents, they can try to control by withholding food, and some by overfeeding the child, where food becomes a babysitter. You know what I mean? It's just a fact, man. But they tell us all the time. And so I don't care if you look at any types of conversations. The only ones I'm interested in right now are the ones in my own live chat. These are the only conversations, because when people talk about this case and they don't pay attention to the statements, they are lost. And when you are spending time with people who are lost, you're not going to get anything good out of it. As a matter of fact, it's going to sidetrack you away from what's really happened. Hi, Fern. Thank you for showing up. Thank you guys for coming. That's true, Callie. Math with an A, math heads don't eat for days while binging. Absolutely, I knew that. No, don't light up. I have an Artemisia. You know what? From now on, I have my cough button here, right? I turn off the microphone the next time. You're not going to hear it again. Please, do as I say, don't do as I do. Yes, he was a growing teen, Sebastian. And it's not about the fact only that he didn't get enough food. If you don't get the right type of food, listen to me, guys, your body is still starving, because she said she made spaghetti pancakes, then he had the colossal popcorn. That's not nourishing. Even if you finish that, your body, the body of a growing teenager, is still starving for the proper nutrients, meaning that's why people who get only junk food cannot stop eating, because your body is still starving. That's why you have children who are way obese. And when it comes close to lunchtime, they say, I'm starving. And, of course, I knew a kid like that. And as boys, we were like, what do you mean you're starving? You're like twice my size. You know what I mean? But he was correct, because all his mom, that was just bags of special deals with coupons, that she was one of those coupon shoppers. I'm talking about giant Doritos bag. Am I allowed to mention brands in a negative manner? Giant bags of chips and popcorn and all junk. And a growing teenager needs the proper nutrition, people. I'm learning more. He likes salmon and healthy foods. Absolutely, C. Taylor. He was craving it. He was more than starving. This kid was starving. His body gave him the right signals. He knew what he needed to eat. But that's not what he got. She was like, well, he's 15 and I buy him snacks. Snacks, extra malt, all junk, dude, all junk. And there's a reason that children crave sweets. You know why? Because it's nature's way to get them to eat fruit. I'm trying the carnivore diet now. I'm trying it. It seems to do well for me. But I am a grown adult, a male adult. And food requirements, I believe, are different for females and for growing children. That's why women, when they're pregnant, they have different types of food cravings. And of course, many times we satisfy our cravings with the wrong products, right? Fresh and natural. Nature knows what nature is doing, man. So he didn't, when he had craving for sweets, as children do, that doesn't mean that you get him extra malt and spaghetti pancakes. And no, then have some fruit around. Make that the only option. Sugar, no. We don't crave sugar. We crave fructose. And that is nature's way to ensure a growing child has all of the nutrients. And I hate to say it, but the vast majority of kids in this world, from what I have seen, the nutrition is just off, man. I don't pay attention to the food pyramid. And Sebastian was a prime case. So exactly. I believe that too, Ruby Shadow. I believe that Jack and Lilly on a regular basis were hungry when they shouldn't have been. So again, it's not just about the quantity, but also the quality of food. You know what I mean? Did they go shopping that day? Did they make sure that the kids have what, they got Starbucks, they got a vape, they got what else did they get? Pizza. But again, this is not even an exception anymore. But still, when he talks about Jack rustling around in the kitchen, there are more and more statements now that lead me to believe that Jack was looking for something. And if he found a substance that he thought may have been sugar or something, or candy or something like that, there's a big possibility here that he got in. And maybe that's why Janie feels so confident in terms of telling us that, that they think, well, it was an accident, guys. But then again, you don't leave that stuff lying around. You shouldn't be doing it to begin with. But if it's leaving, if you're leaving it around, oh my God, people. This insanity, man. I have not looked at Daniel so much in the beginning. Daniel, Logan, and Janie are the reason. Their statements are the reason I look at Daniel. I didn't want to look at him because he didn't strike me as a Chris Proudfoot. Dare I say, he seemed too likable for me to look at him the way I looked at Chris Proudfoot, who proudly talked about beating Sebastian with a belt. And still on social media, he talked about, you know, people are too soft with their children. You got to beat them sometimes. But what Sebastian did, what did he do wrong? Wait, I'm confused. If Janie didn't take her phone during search, then how did she know she missed Malea's call? This is so inconsistent, of course, CB. She had the phone with her. She only claims she didn't have the phone with her when she walked up to the cabin 300 yards. Right? If I'm not wrong about this. Because there, she's struggling with her own timeline. And there's a reason she wants us to believe she didn't have the phone there with her. Yeah, I mean, when the police, if Belinda is asleep now, but, you know, I will ask Belinda about this also. When you came in there, I mean, is there food in the house? I would like to know also, but, you know, when the RCMP came in there, what was in the fridge? Or did they just say, fuck it, they're going to get food in the school anyways? You know what I mean? So if you're hungry, just wait. Tomorrow at noon, you're going to get some food in the school. And that's a big problem, guys. It's a big problem when you have these CPS. That's why, you know, when low-income people, okay, let me say it like this. If low-income people do drugs, there is a huge danger that the children don't get what they should get. Now, if high-income people do drugs, there's still a chance that the kids get enough food. Let's keep it real for a second. But if people who are relying on public assistance and they are having these habits, chances are the kids don't get what they need. So that is a deadly combination. Yes, there are many functioning addicts all over the world. And for all types of course, you know, I wouldn't think they would do PCP or something like that. But like, you know, certain drugs, some people can maintain and keep doing their jobs. You know, if you're a mechanic and you work 18 hours a day, and, you know, there are people who are functioning addicts who bring home enough dough for the children to be able to eat properly, unless the wife is also on it. And then good luck to the kids, you know. But that is the reality we're living with tonight. There is no topic right now. The topic is Jack and Lilly, and will be Jack and Lilly, and anything that somehow relates to Jack and Lilly. That's the topic. Yes, Fern said, I raised 4 kids and have 6 grandchildren, not one black eye. I never had a black eye, and I don't remember anybody in my... Yes, one kid had a black eye, one time. And he was a top soccer player. And he was, I believe, from what I recall, he had the ball, another kid ran into him, and with the shoulder, and put his shoulder into the his face, and he had a black eye. I remember that. But in the whole 12 years that I went to school, I don't remember anybody else having a black eye. I don't. Can you show us the photos of the kids' black eyes? They were emailed to you by 2 people. Really? Okay, let me check my email. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Here we go. Let me check it out. This is from Belinda's profile. Charlotte Juice. Are there pictures of black eyes? I don't see the pictures. Okay. Let me see real quick. The picture from the refrigerator, right? Next to the refrigerator? Give me a second. I gotta pull this up right now. I don't want... And let me see what Lisa Reese says here. Today I took my car to the shop and there was a family waiting while I did. 2 kids with bruised faces. Yeah. You know what? Once you notice, once you know what to look for. Yeah, Carly, thank you so much for what you sent to me. I have to redact a couple of things. I have to redact a few things because I learned my limits. Let's say it like that. Unfortunately, I have to redact a lot of things. You know what I mean? And I don't... Okay, so I'm looking for the refrigerator pictures. But also you sent me something by email, and I look at this right now. If you did that, you can send me the video and the timestamp, and then I will look at it. I don't know what I'm looking at, the other thing here, finding Jack, and I don't know what I'm looking at, guys. Tell me, please. What is this liquid? Oh, this is from Jack? Oh, okay. Hey, Daleen. Okay. I think I got something. Is this the one that I'm looking for? Yeah. You know, when Summer Wells had her incidents at that water hole, that 15-year-old boy that was there, he also said that mom noticed nothing. She was busy yapping on her phone with her mother, just self-involved people who are self-involved about unimportant crap, while the children, you know, that neglect. No, that's not the picture. She posted 58 photos. Give me a second. Oh God. Is it this? Or this? This one, right? I check my messages again. Huh. Those two, got it. Same day, same clothes. So I can see, look at Jack. The quiet Malaya, as she seems apparently. Yeah, I just don't get it. My cousins and I used to throw each other down the stairs in cardboard boxes. We had a blast, but no bruises. There's far more abuse than we know of. Absolutely. Absolutely. And nobody told us they are fighting a lot, or, she was very protective of her little brother, and they spent time. I mean, he digged for worms, and he was not rambunctious. Yeah, once they were moved into the trailer, the chance of them being all right diminished significantly. I agree with that completely, 100%. Once he got Malaya to move into his trailer, and then once she became pregnant, that was a death sentence for Jack and Lilly, in my opinion. This is really, really it goes all hand in hand. When you recognize the pattern and you recognize the flow, you look for anything that interrupts the flow. But the one pattern that becomes clear to me is the pattern of abusive behavior. And the continued criticism of Janie's towards Jack and Lilly screams that. She gave Daniel carte blanche for the abuse, linguistically speaking. She is telling us the reasons in her mind he had a right to do what he did. She's trying to convince us. And even Daniel said, I cannot imagine why anyone would take them. That is leakage as well. We all are familiar with the reasons why strangers would abduct children. But that's Daniel's way of saying to us, who would want them? I don't want them. And it's very similar with Chris Proudfoot when he talks about Sebastian. All negative. And again, I want to bring this back, what I wrote the other day, because this is going to be the list of things that I myself have come to conclude in my experience. When family members of a missing person talk negatively about a missing person, they are telling you why, from their perspective, the person is missing. When that adoptive father, Trizell, talked about Oren and Orson, who are missing, and he said they will be rambunctious. If you find them, they will be rambunctious. I believe in his mind, as he excuses what he did, the kids were rambunctious with him. And he shut them up. The way Jack crouches down as though he's trying to decrease himself is very telling. Interesting. Interesting what you're saying here. It is very common for an abuser to get his victim pregnant and to try to keep her pregnant. It is a way to control her. Yep, that's true. I agree with that. I agree that getting Malaya to be stuck because he no longer wanted to because he no longer wanted to work so hard on hiding who he really is, guys. Right? Here's Jack standing. And here he crouches down, you said? Oh, this is not, I don't know what this is. He diminishes himself. Daniel told us he had black eyes all the time. And that's how they give themselves away, guys. You see, when Daniel said, so what, Jack had a black eye, he had black eyes all the time, he gave it away. He gave away that this was a pattern. Of course, he tried to tell us, oh, this black eye is no big deal. He had them all the time. Logan said he had proven himself again and again. That's how they give it away. This was not out of the norm. And I believe the black eye that we saw from him in the school was nothing compared to how the black eyes were when he didn't send them to school. What is their attendance record? And Lilly is the protector. She feels a need to protect her brother. And Malaya said Daniel picked on Jack. Sometimes on Lilly. He's minimizing people. Minimizing. But you don't say a 34-year-old guy picks on a 4-year-old boy. That makes no sense. Hey, Fred Dinkum, how are you? Fred Dinkum, we compared a little bit. I shared a little bit about what happened now with the Oren and Orson case that maybe later you can look at. I haven't actually finished the video, but I wanted to show you guys some surrounding information here. I hope I have coffee left. Oh my God. Because once I get talking, yeah. That's what we want to know about, people. It is so important, the CPS record. That's what it's all about with Sebastian Rogers as well, the CPS records, guys. And that's why it's been redacted from the document and this article. But that is the key to everything, because you know what? When the pattern doesn't get broken or interrupted, it gets worse. the abuse tends to get worse. So at any given point when you have an abusive relationship, the way, no matter what stage you're in, the way it is right now is as good as it's gonna get, no matter how bad it is. And no, this doesn't come from me. This comes from Judge Judy, who, by the way, I recognize said so many good things over the years that I missed back then. She said that when you are in an abusive, is he abusive? Is he jealous? Okay, let me give you a piece of advice. The way it is right now, that's as good as it's gonna get, because it's gonna get worse. Or she said the courting, this is as good. When the relationship begins and it's all good, that's as good as it's gonna get, because it will get worse once the abuse kicks in, once they show their true side. And once Malaya got pregnant, that's what I said 4 months ago already, guys. Remember? 4 months ago, that I believe that's exactly, and it turned out to be correct. When Malaya told us, 2 years ago, he started this. He probably did it before, but he was hiding it. He did not want her to know. He said she constantly talked about how bad it was with Cody, but those babies were getting older. Well, the older the children become, that's when it gets really dangerous. Same with Sebastian. He was starting to verbalize better with his teachers, with CPS, with everybody. He was able to, and apparently there is a long document somewhere that Seth has where Sebastian described what his daily life was like, how horrible it was, and it shocked Seth Rogers. The kids become older and they get better at verbalizing, and the teachers more and more recognize a certain pattern. And that's when it becomes dangerous for the abuser, because now he's gonna have CPS on his ass. Yes, the courtship is as good as it will ever be. I agree with you. So the moment that this kind of pattern starts to change and the first warning sign comes in, never overlook that. Never. But again, the dating process is usually just a compilation of lies from both parties. They show their best side. Daniel complained that then once they were in a relationship, she constantly talked about her trauma from previous relationships and so on. And that's his way of, excusing whatever he did. The ranch is leakage as well. The RCMP should collect them all for evidence. I agree with you. I agree. Absolutely. That ranch, all of this should be collected. But you see, what you're going to do, if the RCMP is not obligated to reveal anything, then, that is the biggest problem. When they can do what they want and don't have to really explain anything, that's a very bad thing. One moment, guys. It's coffee time. Malaya is lying left and right. And Haley and Cheryl, they tell the truth to some extent, but they're also lying if they have to keep Malaya, they are very much not telling us everything that they know. Because Malaya, whatever role she played, I believe she knows if it came out, they would never let her have Maddo. And neglect is one of them. So I think Malaya figures that if Daniel goes down, so go my chances of ever having my daughter again. I believe that's the major reason for her covering for Daniel. She doesn't want everything to come out. And she doesn't care about Jack and Lilly. I mean, I hate to say it, but she didn't care about them. She completely forgot about them. When Maddo was born, she completely forgot about Jack and Lilly. They were no longer on her radar, guys. No longer on her radar. And I know it sounds very, very weird. Wait, I get something else here. Somebody said, what is the liquid on top of the refrigerator? Okay, this is where Jack is. And what is this stuff up there? I don't know. This one, right? I have no idea. Look at the messages. Is it Gatorade? G2? Okay. That's what we're talking about, right? I don't know. I just got a message, guys. Is that what's in there? Or something else? Oh, good question. Wait. Because let me see this. G2. Could it be this? Let's look. Let's compare. The hell am I doing here? Here is one that's on top of the refrigerator. This one here. I don't know. Does G2 come in the same types of colors? Fern, I agree. So there's nothing special about this. I don't know. This is just the question I just received, guys. We can revisit it. Lana, I don't think so. I don't think so. So this is now the end of this video here.
The question that has become a mantra in California City and far beyond. Where are the boys? That answer tonight? That question tonight still remains unanswered, but Crizelle West has been indicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder.
Just the worst possible ending.
Yep, and that's what I wanted to show you guys. From remember the last time that I used this case to show the similarities between Daniel and let me see how similar the statements were and how similar the cases are.
We were entrusted with her children.
You see, with this dude, so many similarities in the statements. And he's doing time now for murder. 2 counts. So we can always compare older statements. Yep. And let's remember, Trezal and Daniel, in my opinion, didn't search for 1 second for the kids because they knew they wouldn't find the kids there. That's why they overcompensated.
Out here really looking and helping out really means a lot. So tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Oh, okay.
From our yard.
What'd you say, from our yard? Okay, when the kids went missing, from our yard. That's not how they went missing. So she's throwing in something that wasn't the case, you know?
It was cold. I was going to
It was cold. Storytelling. Okay, break. It was cold.
make a fire. So a lot of woodness.
I was gonna make a fire. Remember, with Emmanuel Harrow's mother, Rebecca Harrow, I was going to change the diaper. Don't tell me what you were going to do. Tell me what you were doing at the moment. But it's harder for him to fabricate something he was actually doing than try to tell you he was going to do something. Again, this is me now getting into deeper detail, and this will be what I will be doing more and more in the membership section when we talk about statement analysis as a priority, regardless of which case we're talking about. But I'm going to bring this in here a little bit as well. Even though some of you may not be interested in it, I still want to share my mind. I was going to make a fire. Don't tell me what you were going to. Tell me what you were doing at the moment. It's easier for them to say, I was going to change the diaper for Rebecca Harrow, for example.
This area right here next to our house. I open up the back gate. I'm throwing.
Present tense. I'm throwing, I open up. Storytelling. He's switching to present tense the same way Malaya was in her only interview. The moment that she introduced present tense, that was her pattern change, where she went from experiential memory to script. Yeah, his eyes, his face would give it, yeah.
Wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two go outside and play with chocolate in the backpack.
Too much explanation, too much explanation. Your children are missing, insignificant. You wouldn't spend that much time talking about something like this. Makes no freaking difference, okay? Makes no difference. Where are the kids?
Patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. Keep them close. If they was playing with chalk, And
trying to portray themselves as good parents who take care of the children.
I came in the house, I saw them there. One house, I came back out, I didn't see them.
And she's nodding. Yeah.
No. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys?
Over explaining unimportant things. You would say they went into the yard. 10 minutes later, I was looking and I didn't see them. I realized the gate was open. I searched. I didn't find them. I called police. End of story. End of story.
She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk.
Immediately, yes. Immediately also stood out to me. Exactly. Immediately. Nope. That is the illusion of urgency. Fabricating urgency where there was no urgency.
I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside.
Panicked? No, you wouldn't have to tell us that you panicked. You wouldn't tell us that. Did Belinda talk about panic? Well, she said only about the moment when she realized the kids were not coming back. That's when she expressed her emotions. Other than that, this also is a sensitivity right now that you're trying when you tell us what you felt. Because what you feel is unimportant. The kids are gone.
I'll search the house, me and my wife. Once that hadn't panned out, I got in
Hadn't panned out. Did you hit them with a frying pan?
the van. I looked down the street, both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there.
Unimportant information. Too much information about nothing that's helpful.
Didn't see him. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there.
He wants to he wants to explain why he wasn't seen searching. That's not important. If cops tell you not to search, either you go against them or you follow their orders, but you feel the need to let us know why you didn't search. The fact that you feel the need to explain to us why you were not seen busy running around looking for the kids is a sensitivity, guys.
And we wanted to keep searching.
Okay, this was just a question with the G2, but I don't even. I'm not gonna get. Yeah, if any of you has information, please let me know. But this is just something I just had a message about it, so I shared it here.
Everybody came out in droves, and I wanted to thank you guys.
Don't thank us too much because we haven't found them. Why are you thanking us again and again and again and again?
At night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching, and we appreciate it. And nobody ever could tell. We could never talk to anybody, and that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call. Let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California, the city police department. Call
knowing that nobody will find them. They're already long gone.
Them and let them know what you see.
It's easy to say, look for the kids. It's easy to say, hang up flyers. I got 2 staplers now. It's easy to do that when you know the children will not be found. They will not be seen walking around. You know they're already dead.
If you see anything, our boys, they are going to be rambunctious.
Rambunctious. When he said that, I knew. I knew it was him. I knew he heard them when he said rambunctious. Remember what I just said. When they talk negatively about a missing person, they are telling you why that person is missing. These boys went missing because, according to him, they were rambunctious. And I believe he punished them on a regular basis. And I believe that the last time he did, it led to one of them dying. And then what did he do with the other one? Let's listen a little bit more.
Okay. They are going to be here in this area.
Nope, they are far away from this area, as we know now.
And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if
Make
they
sure.
make sure. That's it. Because I don't. Oh, go ahead.
Waste a lot of time looking in the wrong direction.
I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it.
And look how he's looking down. The guy says, I can't imagine what you're going through. So there are different ways to react. In Katie Proudfoot's case, she showed duping delight, thinking, oh my God, you're so stupid to believe my story. In this guy's case, it's also a way of he cannot look him in the eyes because the guy is, being sympathetic to him, but for the wrong reasons, because he knows what he did to the kids. So he's not able in this moment to look him straight in the eye anymore. And that is a huge giveaway because the pattern is changing right now.
For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved.
Good question. Let's see.
We just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. That she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your?
It's not understandable if you're innocent. If you didn't do anything and anybody accuses you, you would say, no, it wasn't me. I don't care what you're saying. Help me find my children. You wouldn't say, well, well, I think you killed your wife. Well, that's understandable. No. That's not the right response when you are innocent and don't know anything.
Response to that?
That's understandable. I would think.
And he says the same thing. It's understandable. Yes, it's very understandable to you because you know what you did.
The same thing. Yeah, I mean that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's not.
There's one more statement he made that I want to get to right now.
And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because.
Yes, why are you sorry?
We were entrusted with her children.
Okay.
And they came to us, and they became our children. We named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of some.
We'll shoot. Did you shoot?
They took all of our tech, so they wanted to.
So yeah, this was the thing that I panned out and shoot. Did he say shoot? Well, I have to consider the possibility the kids were hit with a frying pan. One of them was hit with frying pan. I believe there's a possibility that this may indicate this could be leakage, potentially. And maybe then, how did he get rid of the other one? Did he shoot him? I don't know. This didn't come out. So, let me see your comments. I always thought when I see how all the guilty or accused wear those masks long after COVID took. I do believe the blanket was planted, but not by Malaya's family, in my opinion, okay? Yeah, you're right. Closed caption is not always he said should. Let's listen again. Let's listen again. I'm not going to let this go. I want to hear it. What I'm wondering is if he misspoke.
And I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find my babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children to us, and they became our children. And we named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get.
We'll shoot. He said we'll shoot, and then he said should. Listen again. This could be something, this could be nothing. I'm not going to go over it. I'm not ignoring it.
What you guys are doing, we should be able to get.
We'll shoot. We should. This is something I will mark as a sensitivity that later on I may erase or may not erase. He's mumbling and stuttering, making no sense. Absolutely. That's true. And she's looking at him like, don't screw this up, dude. She's thinking, you're not doing well, dude. You're talking too much now. This is not going to be good for us. The only thing missing is her bumping her elbowing him. You know, Katie Proudfoot style, when she elbowed Chris. Yeah, Ruby, I just did that. Ruby's shadow. I just did that. Actually, when I re-listened, I did close my eyes and didn't look at the closed caption, but he did misspeak. We'll shoot, we should. Similar to when Malaya said the huge search effort. I underline this as a sensitivity. It can pan out not to be anything. Oh my God, I was muted and I said so much. That's crazy. I didn't fall asleep. I was muted. Jesus. Oh my God. I said so much, man. I was completely muted, guys. Shh. I'm not going to repeat it. That's a sign that I'm getting too tired. Oh my God. Giselle West, who unalived his 2 adopted children. That's exactly who it was, Roxanne. Panned out. So yeah, we noticed the language. Should I go back? Oh my God. Okay, this time I'm not muting myself. But I don't see anything new from...
Started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out.
So this is the panned out part. Panned out. How did he kill them? So the possibility, and this is not a theory, it's a possibility that I'm looking at, that maybe he hit one of them with an item from the kitchen, maybe a frying pan, maybe something like this, and the child died. And what happened to the other one? Well, that would be different, right? That's why it's rare that 2 children are missing at the same time. So did he take one of them into the desert and shoot him? Because that boy was a witness that his baby brother was killed, and eventually he would tell people, and that's why he gotten rid of him? Is that what happened to Jack? That Jack gotten into his substance? They didn't call 911 because Daniel actually told us. Malaya asked, should we call 911? She told us later, instinctively, I should have called 911. I knew I should call 911. This is experiential memory from the night before, in my opinion. And Daniel told us, his reply was, no, not yet, wait. I believe Daniel did not want 911 to be called. And Malaya agreed. That's why she had a look of guilt on her face when Janie came. So I believe that Malaya, knowing she could have saved Jack's life, but didn't, also thinks that she would do better going along with the story and doesn't want the truth to come out. She says, instinctively, I knew I should call 911. Really? Why didn't you? This is a possibility I'm looking at. Because now they talk too much about Jack looking for food, rustling around. Look, let's look at this one statement one more time, because it really stands out to me. It really highlights the sensitivity here. And I appreciate everybody that's sending these things my way. And I'm flabbergasted that people tune into channels that talk about nothing. But then there are these people who spend their time, you see? Jack's quiet when he's grabbing food or doing things. What things? He said also, it's never good when it's quiet, when they're quiet. What was he thinking about? What did Jack do? What did he get into? I brought investigators new evidence that brings the stuff we are talking about right now into a different light. The kitchen stuff, so I'm limited to what I can say. Oh, major avoidance here. No one knows, so I don't want to go deep. I know what you're telling me, Daniel. And I'm supposed to forget what you said? This is major leakage, guys. Major leakage. I go outside and take videos for you guys. Want me to? What the hell is this? Yeah, but there's nothing. There's just, I told investigators. Yeah, when Lilly came down to the room, I could hear Jack in the kitchen moving around stuff like digging. Absolutely he was. And I believe that was the night before, guys. That was my original thought 4 months ago. That Jack had gotten into something. Malaya pushed abduction, but she didn't linguistically commit to it. She wasn't able to do that. She wasn't able to linguistically commit to it because she has a hard time lying like that too directly. It's easier for her to just plant some seeds here and there. So it's very interesting to me to look at such a similar case. Very interesting. It hadn't panned out. Again, in my members section, I will go much deeper into these details from the analysis. Much, much deeper, guys. Because I know about half of you, more than most of you, just want to have at least some answers because nobody's giving us any. And that's why in the public section, I want to focus more on what else we need to hear about.
I let them out now. When somebody comes in my yard, the first thing I do is I look out the window to see who it is. And if I don't know who they are, I open the door and I let my dog go out first. He's only a medium-sized dog. But when somebody sees a dog, they don't know what that dog's about. And this is his property. So
Humanizing the dog.
I let him do his job.
Okay.
One thing about the search here, my family has grown up in this area. I have 3 brothers.
I know who they are, and I know their properties too. 2 of them have properties right there where the star was found at the McLeod Bridge.
4
The other is Ron.
4 brothers that live in this area, plus
Oh yeah, 4. Okay, I don't know the other one. I don't know the 4th one.
myself. And we were all out looking. All of us, because we know these woods inside and out. And we knew where Jack and Lilly would have been. As I said,
Would have been, would be, would have been, had they walked out.
my opinion, from living here 26 years and raising my own children on this highway.
Yep, would be, where they would be, would have been. Also sensitivity, that she feels the need to correct herself. Okay, the other brother lives to the north. Okay, got it. So the other brother has no property in the area probably, right? That's why I couldn't find his name on the records. But Harvey, he lives right there where the star was found. I can go back to it. I can show you. Oh, God. Justin has also property up north. I don't want to show you this now. Earl. We know Earl is up there. You know. Egerton. Anyhow, anywho. Harvey, where's Harvey? Harvey Mackenzie. Dum deep dum 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 bam bam dum bam bam dum bam bam dum dum bam bam dum do 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 Oh my God. People. By the way, this is all public record. Anybody can find this on their own. So I'm not doxing anybody. This is public record, all of it. All of it can be accessed by anybody. But I've shown you last time anyways. I've shown you where Harvey lives and another brother, and it's right there by McLeod Bridge. It's right up there. This one here, right here. This is McLeod Bridge. His property is right up there. A huge property. Not huge, but it's, you know. So did Daniel make a stop right there to wash something in the river? That's my question. He was familiar with the spot. And he would have been on the property. He could have been on the property of one of his uncles, not on a public road. So he felt comfortable stopping by. You know what I'm saying? The one Dan called cabin with no roof, no door, that he made for his oldest. Okay. This is where the cadaver dogs should have been sent. So yes, I believe they're going to say the cadaver dogs have been deployed. A thorough search has been conducted. Of course, they're not giving us details. Nothing was found. Result, no crime had been committed. Everybody go home. Everybody shut up. Everybody stop talking. And then when you talk about the things that Daniel himself has said, people will be able to say, well, you are just a conspiracy theorist and you are just imagining things because the police has thoroughly investigated. No, they have not. Not necessarily. Right? So get ready for that when you speak in public. A lot more detail I will post in the member section simply because I know that I am not interested in, there is no argument here. Everything that we go after and that we go into is very step by step. There is no need for me to argue with people who don't know any details except whatever law enforcement, publishes, which is nothing. So anybody, man, I mean, if you think there's anything in any of my videos and you want to shorten it and maybe just, I will figure out, or tell me how to do this, please. How do I get some segments out? I want to cut out specific segments, like 2-3 minutes parts. You know what I mean? I want to pick out small parts and edit them out because people are not watching the replay as much as I think they would otherwise had I separated things properly by topic. That's the only problem with the lives. That, I may now make additional small videos here and there because I don't want these important parts to get lost because I'm talking about everything here. But this is what we're talking about, Middle Pictou River, right? And this is Harvey's property. And here is another brother's property, a different brother of Janie's. I need an assistant, yeah. I'm going to work on this, guys. I'm going to focus on my member section more and more. Because there, I'm not afraid I'm going to bore you guys who just want answers but don't get them very quickly, of course. Because there are people like me who, even though we don't get the results that we want, it's still interesting to us to get closer. And again, I don't see what alternative is there. Who else I could be? I listened to, A Balance. I listened to him. And for me, yeah, it's interesting to hear anything that highlights more and more. So thank you for the people, for the members who have commented, giving me certain time, what you may call it. Wow, about Adam Walsh. Yeah, I can get into this too, in the private section, of course. Adam Walsh. And Chris Watts. You know what? Adam Walsh. Yeah, they said they have the guy, but I'm also not convinced that this was actually the man who killed Adam Walsh, John Walsh's son. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. They concluded it must have been him. I'm not so sure about that. Maybe, maybe not. You know what I mean? Again, just because police conclude something and the media reports on it doesn't mean it was so, guys. And the more you're going to study this, the more you will realize just how many mistakes are being made. And also, what should I call it? Sam, son of Sam. I don't believe he worked alone. And I don't know if it was on Netflix or somewhere else, but I believe that one journalist that at the end, NYPD, they wanted to say, they said the case is closed, stop looking. We got him. But I don't believe that he acted alone. Not according to witness statements. But they wanted the case over with. And that's what happens so many times, that the police say, well, officially the case is closed now. And don't you dare reopen it, because the public was scared and said, what the hell is NYPD doing? Right? These are cases I get more into. So just because it's a good case if you're interested in police corruption, Mike, yes. Iran's? Oh. Yeah, Chris Watts closed fast before DA election. Absolutely, man. And don't you dare let anybody tell you you're a conspiracy theorist because you pay attention to these things. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Now, if we want to talk about conspiracy theorists, people who theorize and are satisfied with their theories and defend their theories can be even more full of shit than the official versions, right? Sometimes we just need to be able to say, this makes no sense, this didn't happen that way. Well, genius, how do you think it happened? I don't freaking know. I don't have all the files, but I know this is not the way it happened. Because people want to put you into a box and say, oh, are you one of those people who always thinks that this happened? And then, no, shut the hell up. I know it didn't happen that particular way. So with the son of Sam thing, David Berkowitz, I don't think he acted alone at all. He was interviewed in jail and he said, no, this was me. This was not me. And the ones where he said this was not me, it was two of his friends, two brothers he didn't want to name. And I believe Sam was their father, right? Or there was a dog named Sam also. I forgot the details, man, but it's very interesting. They had their own little cult or their own little, I forgot what it was. I didn't pay too much attention. But the witnesses described somebody completely different from David Berkowitz, a blonde, taller blonde guy, So some of them he admitted to in that one interview. And the guy asked, he went through the list and said, was this you? Yes, this was me. Yeah, no, this was not me. I believe him. Shalom, Daniel. So David Berkowitz did not act alone. And you know what? They discredit people who, this guy who was so interested, that reporter, I forgot who it was, man. The David Berkowitz, man, I want to look at this now, but it's on Netflix. I'm not allowed to share this. David Berkowitz. Interview. Full jailhouse interview.
สินค้าต่างๆเริ่มขึ้นราคา
เรื่องประหยัดก็แค่ทำกินเอง
is speaking out in his first major television interview in a decade. David Berkowitz terrorized New York City in 1976 and 1977. He used a .44 caliber handgun to commit random shootings across the city. In all, Berkowitz killed 6 people and wounded 7 others. Police eventually arrested him exactly 40 years ago today. He was convicted and sentenced to more than 300 years in prison. Maurice Dubois spoke with Berkowitz for a CBS News special. Here's a preview of tomorrow night's broadcast.
People never understand where I came from, no matter how much I try to explain it. They wouldn't understand what it was to walk in darkness.
In the summer of 1977, New York lost its mind. We had a blackout in which 3,000 people were arrested. You know, it was a very, very different time, and people were afraid to walk around.
The city is preoccupied with the killer, who in one note signed himself the Son of Sam.
Most of the victims have been young women with shoulder-length dark brown hair who were gunned down as they sat in parked cars or walked the sidewalks of the Bronx and Queens.
I ran down. By the time I got down, she was dead in the street. My daughter was 18 years old, and that's what he took out of my heart, 18 years.
He struck again over the weekend, shooting a young couple in a Brooklyn Lovers Lane, and today the girl died, the killer's 6th victim. He's wounded 7 others.
Oh my God, we've been shot. I should have been dead. What do you remember from the shooting itself? The bullet totally destroyed the left eye and most of my right eye. Where the bullet struck me, right in the head, I never felt anything. It just hit me direct.
And that's often the case with serial killers too, that the victims there are certain similarities. In Ted Bundy's case, they were similar to the one girlfriend that he had that then later left him. You know? Same with the guy in California that was arrested 50 years later. What was his name? The Golden Gate something. You know what I mean? These patterns will help us. I don't know, man. But you know what? In many cases with a serial killer, they want to re-victimize somebody from their past. Somebody who reminds them of a certain person. The Green Mile, absolutely. The Green Mile killer.
In the head. And it traveled right across to the right side of my head.
The only substantial clues so far have been 2 letters, including one mailed to the New York Daily News.
He was writing about a dog that talked to him, gave him orders to kill.
Serial killer's about to walk in here and talk with us. I look like him, right?
Oh, God bless you.
Maurice Dubois.
It's an honor to meet you, sir. Thank you.
This is David Berkowitz now.
Thank you for talking with us.
Sure, okay. It's a big step, you know. I have my misgivings and nervousness and all those other things. But,
Understood. Is this a special place for you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a place of refuge. I've been locked up since the time of my arrest of just under 40 years.
You just turned 64.
Yeah, I just turned 64. Yeah.
What would you tell 23-year-old David Berkowitz today?
So he was 23 years old. And as I said, he didn't act alone, people. I don't believe he acted alone at all.
Turn around before it's too late because destruction is coming, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, that was not me. That was not me. That name, I hate that name. I despise that name.
Which name?
That moniker, Son of Sam. That was a demon.
Maurice Dubois joins us now.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I was looking for, guys. I was looking for that Netflix one, remember? Where he actually in an interview talked about oh my God.
When police searched Berkowitz's apartment, they found satanic graffiti drawn on the walls and prison for each murder. Served in New York super.
Oh, shut up. I need the interview.
All I ask from people, you see, is to be open-minded.
The first thing you might notice, David Berkowitz doesn't sound like how you think a serial killer would.
To cross the line to me, it was frightening, you know. A feeling of power. I didn't enjoy it. I just needed to do it.
Unlike in the movies, there's no deep and dangerous ground, no threats of violence. It's hard to imagine that this man with a high voice, speaking so conversationally,
I was out every night like clockwork committing my crimes.
Is a stone-cold serial killer.
He comes across as a bit of a nebbishy guy, you know, like always wanting to please. What I've learned in 30 years of crime filmmaking is that the people who do evil in this world are the ones you least expect and most often trust.
We're hearing Berkowitz now thanks to a new hit docuseries on Netflix, Conversations with the Killer, the Son of Sam tapes, including interviews with him from more than 4 decades ago, some just months ago with director Joe Berlinger.
If you could go back to young David, what advice would you say to that David?
I would say, Dave, run for your life. Get help.
Why Son of Sam and why now?
I look at this case as a foundational case in our current obsession with true crime, where David Berkowitz...
It's not an obsession, idiot, because we have never gotten proper answers. That's the problem. I am now able to get the answers that I always wanted. You know what I mean? Because back then we relied on mainstream media for everything. Whatever they decided to show us, doesn't matter if it's a Sabruder film or whatever it is. You know what I mean? We had to always wait for it to become official.
Particularly ones with shoulder-length dark brown hair.
People going out cutting their hair and dyeing it.
They were bleaching their hair, becoming blondes.
And that's true, actually, because, you know, that's many times serial killers have a certain type. Oh, let me make this very clear. They have a certain type. And that may not be the type that they have when it comes to having a relationship. Some of them have actual relationships with a woman, but many times, sometimes they develop a type, a victim type, meaning they will tell you later, when asked which one of your unalivings did you like the most, they will tell you it was the first one, and they try to get back the same feeling they had when they did their first one. Okay? So many times they have a first victim, and then they look for anybody who reminds them of this victim. Not in all cases. Sometimes it's an ex-girlfriend they want to get back at, like in Ted Bundy's case, and they look for anybody that reminds them of that one particular person, right? So they may have a certain type already, in the victims, but they also may develop one based on who their first victim was. So this is just me. Your mom permed her hair too, yeah. When you realize, man, that you know, exactly, these research. They check the high that they get from their first victim. They want to get the same high again. So a woman that looks similar to their first victim, they look at her and they immediately look at her as a potential victim and victimize her as well. It is, you know, we can compare it to the first hit of crack. Yes, absolutely. Chasing the dragon. Several have been asked, which was your favorite killing? And you want to interview them like that because you want, it doesn't mean that you explain or give a reason or rationalize it, but we want to know from their own language, what do they feel? What do they experience? What is their motive? And the motive doesn't have to make sense to us to be a motive for them. And that is one thing that we have been learning more and more over the years, because 40, 50 years ago, and I had a girl in my neighborhood who disappeared for a day. We later found out she was abducted. And I was 6 or 7, she was 8 or 9. And, you know, of course, I had no idea. I said to ask my mom, how much money did they get? How much money did they pay? How much ransom did they pay? My mom, no, it wasn't about that. I was like, what was it about? Of course, later I learned what happened, but then also people talked about it. And then several people say, why would a grown man, you know, be, that makes no. People said, you know, that makes no sense. I don't believe her story. Some people said, I believe she just ditched school and she wanted to run away and she was not happy with her parents. But now in retrospect, of course, yes, I absolutely believe what I was told, what I eventually understood happened to her. You know, but back in the days, it was a different story. People would say, you know, there's no way that a grown man would do something like that to a young girl. You know, we have now, of course, even gotten desensitized to where we, you know, no longer try to make it a requirement that we can relate, to be able to relate, you know. So back 40, 50 years ago, guys, it was very same as Adam Walsh, absolutely. It doesn't need to make sense. A case like this, here also my 6-year-old, sadly killed, yes. Won't give details, absolutely. Yes, when your grandmother was little. They found her in the old church attic. Never solved this case. Yeah, I already got some ideas right now, Danya. Just by reading what you've written, I would know where to look. But you see, back then they said, well, church is a house of God, and these are godly people, so don't look at them. You know what I mean? So we have learned a lot, people, but we also always need to remind ourselves, you know, what is the motive? A motive is a motive to the perpetrator. It doesn't require for us to be able to relate to it or make sense out of it. We don't have to do that. When we recognize a pattern, we believe you. We believe that this is what you want. We believe that this is something that you will risk getting arrested for and taking a life for. It is what it is, guys. Hiding in plain sight. Absolutely. And boy, am I happy. And by the way, one of my cousins went to a Catholic school where a lot of these things happened. May I mention Catholic? Oh my God. I don't know what even allegedly, by the way. No, actually, there was I heard about things already way back when. So whenever things came out, I feel liberated when I hear, because it was always weird when you hear things in private, but mainstream media ignore these things. So for me, it's fascinating after all these years to be able to actually get to the truth.
Literally at night, sometimes 1,000, 2,000 guys who were just out there.
And this is also the thing where children have to understand. You know, you don't say to them, your teacher's always right, your priest is always right. You know what I mean? If your intuition tells you, stay away from this person, and they need to be able to tell you as a parent also, hey, this guy creeps me out. I don't know why. You cannot say, well, this is whatever, Father O'Neill. Don't say anything bad about him. You know what I mean? Because he's a man of God and you're going to go to hell. But that's how things were, because people assumed that certain crimes didn't make sense, which they don't, but they do to the person who commits them. We are all born with the instinct. We are all born with intuition, but growing up, they talk us out of it. They say, no, you're a bad child. You just want to talk bad about this honorable person and so on and so on. But my daughter was terrified of a person who we later found out had done something to other children by instinct. She was 2 or 3 years old. You know, children have they sense certain things. They sense people's intentions towards them. But when we try to explain to them or tell them like, oh, this person is a great man and this is no, man. No, that's when, you know, sometimes we have to be 50 years old and we have to reboot completely and be flexible in our approach to things and to people. And realize, I was right the first time. The Fifth Estate, a good documentary on residential schools in Canada, okay. Yeah, residential schools, that's another thing, man. Yeah, adults always tell the truth, right? Yes, Robin, me too. Me too. I avoided a lot of things. And I wasn't molested, but somebody tried it or was going to, and I felt the energy and I ran away. I ran for my life. I didn't know why. It was just a moment. It clicked. And I knew I got to get the hell out of here. And it reminds me of that, you know, have you watched that movie Lion with Nicole Kidman about the Indian child who ran away or who couldn't find his way back home? And the woman takes him in and brings in a trafficker to whom she wants to sell him. And he said, I felt like I had a nut in my stomach. And that reminded me exactly how I felt. Where as a child, you pick up on it and he knew he had to run the hell away. So allow children have more of an instinct than adults in general, because they have not yet been conditioned or manipulated, if you will, into what to believe, how to see things, and so on and so on. Malaya's rest was the site of a... Wait, I'll be right back in 1 second. I'm reading your comments. I do this stuff too, man. With animals. I saw the snail in our driveway and it was freaking hot. So I turned around, picked up the snail and threw it in the bushes so it wouldn't die from the heat. You know what I mean? I do these things too. I thought I was the only one. Empathy can be a blessing and a curse. Parasnailing, yeah. Thank you, Lana. And I've been like this since I was a child, you know, and of course people are like, what the hell are you doing, man? What's wrong with you? But this is how I allow myself to be, you know, and there's a reason that I feel how I feel. So the more I learn about people, society in general, you know, the less I care about how things. Yeah. They play the long game. Yeah, 7 or 8 years of investigative work on that swim coach. I didn't know which one. We are nature. We are part of nature. And that's it. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, but you know, like my daughter, for example, she doesn't care about worms or anything like that. So when a bird eats a worm, she doesn't care. But recently we saw a bird eating a little baby lizard, and my daughter freaked out and ran up there and kicked towards the bird to let the lizard go. So, you know, but still, I don't want to hurt worms, but you know, nature is nature. And even in that case, even if you love little lizards, that's part of nature too, you know what I mean? When the bird, you know, nature knows, man. Nature is, but you know, like I say, when you have a snail on the pavement that's man-made, where a snail doesn't know about, you know, anyways. I'm reading your comments now. Yeah, I feel bad when I see a spider in a corner somewhere where there are no insects or anything to eat. When they're stuck somewhere. Even if it's a spider and it's not beautiful. Sandra, I think, yeah. I mean, from what I understand, Daniel's vehicle was towed, right? From what I understand. And I don't watch any of these channels anymore when they promise to have Where was I? Time flies, man, when I make these videos, especially when I don't really know what to talk about. And I like it very much around this time of night, because it's a different crowd. Yeah, I think from what I understand, his car was towed. I believe so too. But I'm not going to watch Drunk Turkey's show to find out. You know what I mean? But who told him? Was it Kent? Was it Durwood? Was it? I don't know. Well, Kent said in my chat, it was Thursday that Daniel was told. And he found out on Saturday. That's what he said. So they all share information. Yeah, I forced myself. I cannot watch. I clicked on hide. Don't recommend this channel. I cannot watch something for 30 minutes and then get nothing out of it. You know what I mean? I'd rather move on to other areas. So I pay more attention to what you guys send me, even if it's just a screenshot. And then go into what I'm really interested in, because I want to look deeper into a lot of different things and get the real story, because now I know how convoluted so many official versions are. So the more I see this hatchet job of an article, the more I realize there's so much stuff that happened over the decades where the media didn't report properly. How can Daniel afford an Escalade? Yeah, good question. I mean, I don't know how much money his mom has, but maybe she said, listen, I buy it for you. Maybe his dad has some cash and his dad did it. You know? I mean, they got something. They own properties. An Iranian minister gave him the vehicle? What? Why would he do that? I'm looking at Robin's. Pictou Harbor is only 22 minutes from Garlock Road. Really? The church is helping Daniel? Oh my God. Members of the church, stop donating. Oh, they got money for the trees? Okay, that makes sense because they own a bunch of land. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Oh, a Methodist? So they donated a vehicle to Daniel. Well, did he get a license first? Or did they just say, here, good luck, drive this one without a license and wait for it to be impounded as well? I mean, did he get his license renewed, or If he ever had one, I don't know. Seriously, man. What the hell? I don't know, but they have some money, man. I mean, why don't they sell their land? They don't have to. Not that there will be a lot of buyers. I mean, the land between Ron and Earl. But Earl owns property up north. Who's paying for the fuel? Yeah. And I mean, Daniel doesn't want to be arrested for anything now. He's watching himself, right? I mean, that would be sweet if he gets arrested for something else. And they say, and you know, but I think that they're doing what they can to keep themselves out of, not to draw more attention to themselves. He has a new girlfriend? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Chaos is his middle name. That's my first impression of him. I say, this guy is chaotic. And anything he touches will turn into chaos. He brought a new girl home. Janie, what would... Do you have any children? What are they like? They're not coming in my house. Do they like bugs? I would not be surprised if Malaya gets married soon. That girl works fast. I agree. She goes from one relationship to the other very quickly. And then hidden in the fog, Susan isn't reliable at all. I agree. Hidden in the fog is completely unreliable. Any false tip. But again, I mean, I don't think she cares what the truth is. As long as it gets her, as long as it gives us something to talk about. Let's say it like that. I have too much to talk about, guys, but I need to prioritize. And I realize that, I also want to talk about other cases. I don't want to be, in this dead end where the police just won't do their job, in my opinion. So I have to move a little bit into other directions as well. She's extremely insecure, Malaya, yes. At least in relationships. I agree with you. And you know what? She will fall for whoever tells her what she wants to hear. That's what I also believe. I think it was easy for Daniel to sweet talk her in the beginning. Very easy. And she thought this was Prince Charming. But then something happened when they lived with her grandmother, right? And maybe the grandmother said, I don't want this dude here. You and your kids are welcome. But something may have happened where she said, I don't want Daniel here. And he said, well, let's move into my mom's trailer for now. And that's what Janie also talked about. They were only going to stay for a few weeks. And it turned into 2+ years. Possible too. Yeah, I don't know who Malaya is, Lana. I really do not. Because, like they say, the quiet types, like the guy said earlier about David Berkowitz, it's the quiet types who you got to watch. But there's no language indicating that she had anything to do with what happened to Jack and Lily. And so the records show and Logan's statements reveal that Daniel had been the problem, when it came to Jack and Lily. But her indifference is even worse. Yeah, she likes babies, but not when they're toddlers and older. It's possible. She likes cute little babies. And as they grow up, she's like, I can't handle it. That's possible. So I believe that what Daniel is using as an excuse, to some extent, is probably correct, that she just didn't care about Jack and Lily. And he's using that against her to say, if you had done your job as a mother, none of this would have happened. You know? And of course, Janie, when she said he was a curious little boy, she's blaming Jack for what happened to him, in my opinion. He had no business. And look at the statements I just shown you. Jack was busy in the kitchen. He found something, in my opinion. And this may have hurt him. And Janie talks about him in order to convince people and herself that this was Jack's responsibility. And there was something wrong with him. And that's why he got hurt. Not the fact that maybe they left something around. Meadow was Malea's diamond, because he never bought her a diamond ring, right? So he gave her Meadow. That was your diamond. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy you a diamond ring, but that's what I heard he denied in the fog. Really? Was he on there? Was he on that channel? If so, if you give me a timestamp, I will watch it. If you give me the title of a video and the specific timestamp, I will watch it. But I don't want to hear her voice, like how she makes the sound always. Something about her, I don't, but again, in the beginning, she tried to tell everybody that Logan was 100% truthful, and I already, you lost me here. So I didn't watch any of that stuff, of that fake tip. I don't watch it. I don't need to. Janie will blame everyone, even, yeah. I would like to see it if it's there. If there's anything, yeah, just feel free. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me just if you give me the name of the video and the exact timestamp where Daniel appears, I would love that. I'm interested in the people who know. I'm not interested in anybody on what they think. Anybody with a channel when they try to analyze something. I don't care who they are. If it's Daphne or whoever it is, I don't watch it. I don't need to, because no, there's nothing they can teach me, unless I have something very specific that's either 100% fact or it comes from Daniel, Malaya, or Janie. Then I'm very, very interested in. And some, and whoever else may know what happened. But people guessing around, I stay away from that completely. I don't need to. Yeah, she needs her dentures adjusted, right? Did you hear her voice hidden in the fog? Something really weird about that. Thank you. Where Daniel speaks of terrain? See, that's what I love here, that you guys, you do better job than any of these so-called creators. And I hate to use the word creator, because these are not creative people, especially when they copy me, but copy me wrong. You know what I mean? There's nothing creative about most of the so-called creators. So when I hear the term creator, I'm like, I don't even call myself that. Men love to give babies, but never rings. Same happened to me. I'm a single mother now. Ladies need to stop lying down for these scrubs. Hey, Artemisia, let me give you some advice that I give myself now. Prioritize. I have to do that too. Remember, whenever I want to show you something and I can't find it, it's because I have too much stuff cluttered up. Oh, your phone got stolen? Oh my God, sorry. Wow. That is a trip. That's why I have two phones. One doesn't leave my house. The other one I protect. Oh my God, I'm so, anything I can do to protect my phone, man. Oh, really? Hey, listen, Artemisia, I may not necessarily talk about this on my channel, but this tint stuff, yeah, I'm definitely in. I heard the rumors. So just for me, I would love to know a little bit about that. But again, unless there's a conviction or unless there's something really that, that I can back up, I'm not going to mention it on my channel, of course. But just for me, got dropped. Okay, then that's how I'm going to report it when I see it. I'm going to talk, oh, my battery's low. What the hell? What happened? Oh, this cable. Okay. Oh my God, this cable. I need to replace my cable. Yes, of course, I would like to see that. You see, I need to know who the players are surrounding all of this. And again, Jasmine, if that's how it is, then I will report it, be able to report it like that. If there were charges fired and then they got dropped, that's how I'm going to report it. You know what I mean? Definitely. Definitely. We need to know who people are also when they, Ninji's audio of weight, is it the same like Tin's? I mean, I did it from Tin's channel, right? Is there more? I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not aware of it. Tint is the guy who interviewed Wade, or didn't interview, who recorded. Oh shit, Robin, I'm so sorry. I was gonna mute myself before. See? I get in the zone when I do this. It's just coffee and the other stuff. Jim Walker, is that his real name? That's his alias, right? From what I understand. Yeah. I have to get one of those lighters, those windproof lighters, right? That shh. Then you guys may think I'm taking a risk or something. Speaking of, yeah, who covertly recorded Wade, Cindy's boyfriend, telling all sorts of stuff about the family. It's his legal name as far as I know. He is local to me. Oh, interesting. Cool. Hey, Jasmine. Oh, yeah, you have a YouTube channel too, right? Okay, great. Hey, feel free to forward it to me. I am firetown@gmail.com. I say this real fast because I don't want to get any more BS emails. Only from you guys here. By the way, everybody has my email now, right? Just in case. He has a Chinese name as well. Okay. Artemisia said that. I mean, I heard, but it's not China. He's not from China, right? He's from another Asian country. I saw it before. I read something before. I didn't spend a lot of time on him. I analyzed one of his statements, so when he said it's not about the money, and I'm like, sorry, dude, but, your intention is not exactly the same as I like to know intentions. Interesting. Very interesting. Wade is credible to me because there was no reason for him to lie to a stranger, and maybe he could finally spill his guts to someone. I agree. I completely agree. I believe he's a talkative guy, and it's not easy for him to be told every day, you need to shut up about everything. You know, for some people it's easy, like Malaya, but for him it's not easy. And he was like, yeah. No, I don't believe that he misled us at all. I mean, at least not intentionally. Of course, man. Cindy was probably like, but Cindy, you gotta understand that yeah. Wow, guys. Everybody's still up. It's kind of cool. I didn't plan to do this at all. Let me check my messages real quick to see if there's anything that I missed. I was going to pre-record something and I got too bored with myself. I was like, ugh, I just go live. Wow, people are watching right now. No, not really. Well, enough. You know, considering I don't use a special title right now, which I'm sick and tired of anyways. If there's a reason for me to create a title or a thumbnail, I will do it, but I don't want to be bothered with it. You know, I can think of catchy titles all day long, but that's not what it's about. I don't compete with anybody. I do my own thing. And I want to figure out what's happening. I want to know what I don't know. Mike, do you feel In the Fog is not accurate? To say the least. To say the least. Thank you. I don't either. If I think of something good, then I do it, and if not, then not. But if people don't want to watch me because the title, I don't have a special title, then those are not the viewers I need either way. You know what I mean? Of course, if I say Janie falsely accuses, falsely fabricates things about Belinda, yeah, attached to my title that I think people need to be aware of. Yeah, I have my default titles as Platts Analysis by Mike the Man. And in the description, I have a couple of videos about, you know, the different other cases that I talked about, like JonBenet Ramsey and Summer Wars and Sebastian Rogers and also Emmanuel Harrow now, so that people who come to me who haven't watched me before and may be interested in these cases, that they can just click on one video as an example. And if they want more, they get more. They can look for themselves, you know what I mean? Which is easy to search. Just to, you know, go to my channel, click the search thing, and then you can type in whatever you want. That LiDAR, oh God. Yeah, I'm not going to let anybody mislead me, people. I finally, Drunk Turkey, don't recommend this channel. With YouTube, gave me the option. I don't want to see it anymore, right? Like the titles such as Daniel has been cleared, all misleading. I don't need to see any of this. If anything comes from this channel that's actually interesting, I know somebody's going to send it to me or point it out in this chat. That's why I don't even want to bother pre-recording anymore, anything, because I know that the moment I come on here, some of you are filling me in on things that I missed, and I don't need to cover everything. I need to be always ready to analyze a statement when it comes to me. My mind has to be clear for that. And then, well, Mike, my granddaughters wiped me out today. I'm heading off to court to count cracks in my eyelids. Oh my God. Good night, Danielle. I will soon go too. As long as the chat is going and I see you guys are still talking about things, I will stay a little bit more. A little bit. Yes, and of course, that's the problem, that people like Janie, they like channels like that. You know what I mean? So, of course, if there's anything that you have from Janie, doesn't matter what. Daniel looks terrible. Let me see. I mean, let me go back to this interview, because it's actually, some people think that he may color his hair gray to get sympathy. I don't think so, because I think that he is being advised by people, but I also think that, he's shown early signs of graying already, right? So a lifestyle that is unhealthy can get you to get gray hair very, very early. And of course, I'm 22 years older than him, and I don't have that much gray hair. But somebody... But he's a stressful dude. He's a stressful person. So I don't care if people tell him, don't worry, bro, the RCMP doesn't really care about this case. He's still stressed out. Was he coloring it? I don't know, man. I never colored my hair. My hair is... I don't want to show my face. Look. And I'm 56. I have some gray, but my beard is gray, but my hair on top is not. Like dark blue, yeah. No, I mean, that's early but you know what? If you have a hobby that sucks out the nutrients out of your body, this is possible too. I mean, it's what is actually the process that leads to hair being gray? I know stress can induce it. Oh, has anybody asked Daniel what was in Lily's backpack? Good question. I have not seen that yet. But if there is anything, guys, please send it my way on Facebook or to my email. Did anybody ever ask Daniel what was in Lily's backpack? Very good question. If any of you, listen to me, guys, I want to make this very, very clear with you. If any of you has the opportunity to ask Daniel something, if you're in a chat somewhere, and this is not a question that will get you banned anywhere, ask Daniel, what was in Lily's backpack? If you have something, send it to me, and I will for sure cover it. Thank you. And Lana, do you have my email, Lana? Lana, please send me an email. I am firetown@gmail.com. And if I get it, I will message you immediately. I will forward it to you without outing the person who sends it to me, by the way, just to make it very clear. You don't need to ask me, to make sure that I don't reveal who you are when you send me something. I never do unless you give me permission. So what I will do, download, of course, the images of a screenshot or whatever I have on my own, and then I will forward it to Lana, and then later on reveal it in my own live chat for everybody else. But of course, the person, whoever brings it to my attention, I am firetown@gmail.com is one word. I am firetown@gmail.com. And if you see me on Facebook, the name is the same like here. And the profile picture is me, the black and white picture that I'm also using as a profile picture here on YouTube. So I'm very easy to find. Thank you, Lana. And I also, I'm looking at the spam filter now. Many of your messages have come into my spam filter. So I make sure I always check the spam. Well, actually, I didn't do it today, but I will do it now. So is his hair natural? I don't know, because his beard is not gray. But I also have this thing. I have many different hair colors, guys. Like my eyebrows are black. My hair is blonde on top. And then I have a brown mustache and I have white beard. I'm that serious. My family, my grandparents and my uncles and my aunts, my parents, every hair color is presented. Black, blonde, red, and brown. All hair colors are present in my family. And I have a little bit of everything. Depends on the body part. But it bleaches in summer. I get light blonde in summer. I get very, very blonde. And if I have no sun, my hair is black. I mean, it's really, really weird, but that's how it is. And I used to think it aligns with my rare blood type. Not that rare. But that's why I talked about the Rh negative blood factor a lot. And I published a scientific paper on that like 10 years ago. I co-published it. Because there are many things I'm interested in, but right now statement analysis is it. And since that's how people go gray, hair or facial, my hair, you know what? People guess me all different ages, between 40 and 70, man. Not 70, but 6. People, I look completely different when I have, when I don't shave. And I have a white, completely different. You're my mom is a ginger too. Oh, auburn hair, auburn, right? Like red, brown, reddish. Yeah. Right. A negative is my blood type, absolutely. And that's also why I did, you know what I mean? In the pregnancy cases, it's also, if a Rh negative woman has an Rh negative baby, it's okay. But if it's Rh positive, then there can be issues, which is why I started 10 years ago a dating site by blood type. So Rh negative women have a chance to meet an Rh negative husband. So the kid can only be Rh negative, and these issues will not. But again, I don't have a medical license. I'm not a doctor. I need to give this disclaimer. And of course, you know, there's Rogaine, there is all this stuff, but that's a whole different story. Not important, I know. But some of you have asked me what my other videos were about. So sometimes I feel the need to explain what it is I'm doing and why. But I lost complete interest in it. Except, of course, I have this site still up. I keep running it. I'm not surprised because you get my humor, KG. And I do believe that there's a difference. There's definitely medical differences based on blood types. And also, I believe psychological differences. And dare I say that so far, all of these sociopaths I've examined are Rh negative. Yep, and that's how I gotten interested in Katie Proudfoot, who I think also is Rh negative. As am I. So I'm not bashing anybody. But I published an official medical study with the University of Prague 10 years ago based on some of the findings. So diesel research, I'm not surprised. You know what? I had a group before about something completely different, about investigative something. And I asked one time about blood types, and there was a huge amount of people who have my same blood type like me. Absolutely. I'm not. Lana, how about yours? You can email me what your blood type is. Of course, I don't want to get too much into it, because once I start talking about it, I don't shut up. And I removed some of the videos about it because I don't want to confuse all the people who are now coming to my channel who want to know, you know, they're looking at my older videos and they want to find out more about criminal cases. And then they say, what did I just watch, man? My blood type is O positive and I wasted a bunch of, no, don't do it. A positive, okay. Well, we got the A in common. Sandwich. Oh. Most people don't know their blood types, by the way. They know their credit score, but they don't know their blood types. And a lot of times doctors say, that's not important for you to know. Well, you don't decide what's important for me to know. You know, that's why, man, when it comes to doctors and media and yeah. Don't tell me what to think. Don't tell me what's important for me. Don't tell me what I'm supposed to know and not know, you know? Yeah, I don't believe in this diet, the so-called blood type diet. I think the guy is a fraud, and I've talked to several. Okay, sorry, let me reword this. How do I say this? I have my own opinion, and I'm not going to name names now. I have my own opinions in terms of, I believe there is a connection between our ancestry and what we are supposed to eat, right? So maybe 10,000 years ago, your ancestors were by the ocean somewhere. So if you take after them, maybe seafood is better for you. Others were hunters, so wild game. If not, you know what I mean? Just because somebody... So I do believe there's probably a connection with the blood type and what type of diet is good for us. But that doesn't mean that the person who introduces it is scientifically correct about how he's selling it. Yes, memory over centuries, absolutely. Absolutely. So if you crave seafood, go with that. I don't care if your husband likes beef. You know what I mean? Eat what you crave as long as what you eat is fresh and natural. That's it, period. And that's why so many Europeans have peanut allergies, because peanuts are originally from the Americas. Because it doesn't, you know, it's not something that we have, you know, that our ancestors consumed, our distant ones. Believe it or not, blood types have changed in the past. It's very rare, but it had happened before. Trauma memory, yeah, it's possible too. I mean, genetic memory, yeah, I believe that too, to some extent. I mean, this is of course very, very hard to prove, diesel research, very hard to prove. So these are things that, they are things that I think and things that I present. So if I don't have too much to be able to prove something, I'm hesitant, but that doesn't mean I don't see it. What? 3 pints? Oh my. AB positive or negative, find out, Robin. I'm curious about, these are things I'm curious about. And yes, there are many times I guessed people's blood types correctly after talking to them. So this is a whole different story, of course, but I do believe the blood types and personality traits go hand in hand. And I know now that Daniel's supporters will say, oh my God, he's talking, look at him, listen to him. They will try to discredit me based on what I'm saying. Inside joke for a balance. Yeah, Robin, absolutely, of course. What's good for me may not be good for you. But fresh and natural food is good for everybody. So follow your cravings, but don't let artificial flavors talk you into eating the wrong product. So if you eat potato chips and the flavor is paprika, then buy some paprika. It's that simple, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what's the best pickup line is actually when I told a lady what her blood type is, and I was right, and it was a rare one. It's not even a pickup line, but it's like, I'm not, never mind. No, actually, when you ask people for their blood types, you get a mixed, some are freaked out and others are like, but you know what? The people who are freaked out, why the hell would you be? No, there's an incompatibility. If an Rh negative woman is pregnant with an Rh positive child, the antibodies, if she's sensitized and the antibodies kick in, it will attack the child, right? So they have RhoGAM in the United States, I believe after 6 weeks in pregnancy, they give RhoGAM. But it's only my opinion that at this time already the antibodies have time to attack the child and the brain of the child. So when the autism epidemic began in the United States, especially, and that's the standard operating procedure there, that was around the same time that this was introduced. Before, you would have the blue baby syndrome and jaundice and all of these things, right? So that was why I came up with the idea to have a dating site for people who are Rh negative to prevent that, right? There's a lot of these things I looked into before. A lot of these things. You see, in my case, I'm Rh negative like my mom. My pregnancy was good. But my sister's Rh positive, and there were a lot of issues. That's how I already knew about this at 5 years old when my mom almost passed away, you know? So when I had the chance to look deeper into it, I did. You mean SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome? No, I have a different view on that. A completely different view. Sudden infant death syndrome. There is it's like, I don't want to get into that one. A very different one, you know. That's like saying Jack and Lilly. Sudden, it's like saying SCDS, sudden child death syndrome. Or not Jack and Lilly, but anything else. It's like saying, we don't know, and let's keep it like that, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, Artemisia, in my family's case, it has to do with the Rh factor incompatibility between my mom and my sister, right? Marley, hi. Marley, tell me your blood type. I probably asked you before. So I know in my case, in my family's case, what has been diagnosed is, yeah. So I'm going from my angle and approach it in a way that it can give me answers. Where I always, anyways, yeah. I'm looking into it all the time. But I know I cannot rely on on media or the medical industry. Look, when we got our scientific paper published, I learned also how much there is going on with the editors, where we had to find a different editor willing to bring it in, right? It's all about the connections there, what gets published and what doesn't. So that a lot of these articles, for example, medical papers about how dangerous sugar is, have been removed, you know? So I don't rely on them to come and deliver me everything I need to know about. Yes, find out. Daniel gets A+, A positive on his outfit choice. Yeah, I mean, it is like Groundhog Day, right? He's wearing the same stuff like in the beginning. His pajamas. Who's your stylist, Daniel? Wait, now he's gonna buy a new outfit because of me saying, of us talking about it. Cool. But don't trust these, well, Marley, lab work, yeah. I stay away from that. He does have more gray hair now, yes. It was already graying, though, in the beginning. So somebody asked me, do you think that he had his hair being, if he grayed his hair to get sympathy from us? No, I don't believe that at all. I believe the process already began a long time ago, and now I think he does that, you know? I think he's up late at night monitoring crime channels. There are 3 ways to find out your blood type. You have a home test that you order for $10. I believe it's called, I forgot the name. You can Google it. Or you ask your doctor and they have it on file, but sometimes they don't want to tell you. Or if you donate, of course, that's when they're going to tell you. Not immediately, not the first donation, but then later they can tell you. Yeah, he might be. What's your blood type, Daniel? Daniel, come in. What is your blood type? Yeah, Malaya stole his 2 shirts, right? Yeah. I mean, that's premature. That's, you know, and an aging process, you know, can show up in certain areas. Premature aging process can show up in your hair. But like I said, the fact that he has no gray in his beard, but gray up here, it's possible. I don't have gray up here, but I have white up here, down here. And I have brown. My mustache is brown and my eyebrows are black. So, you know, that's past. Some people have different, depends on your ancestries, where of course you have the dominant genes, but then you also have people who, for some reason, are sporting different colors from different ancestors on different parts of their bodies. I know that, Marley, and I like it. And I'm happy that you're coming. Copper deficiency, yes, that could be it. Copper deficiency. There you go. Listen, guys, chimerism, absolutely chimerism. There are actually people who have, let me remember this correctly, 2 different blood types coinciding. Chimerism is more frequent in twins, right? The, what was the term? The absorbed twin, something like that, chimerism. Yeah. Where you have 2 different sets of genes being equally present in your body. Yes. Yeah, you're right. He still has a hoodie. He still has the Nike outfit. Yes, if Daniel is of Scottish descent, he has a lot of red in his hair, hence his reddish beard. 100%. And also in parts of Scotland, more than 30% of the population is Rh negative. And when you take the European medium, it's about 15% only. So Scotland, Celtic countries have a high percentage that comes originally, I believe, from the Yamnaya by the Black Sea 5,000 years ago or something like that, where it was 40+%. And the Basque people, of course, the Basque population, it has 30 to 35%, but it used to be more than 50 a few thousand years ago. So I'm very interested in ancestries in general. But this recessive gene of having red hair, yeah, it shows up somewhere in other parts of he has Scottish ancestry, absolutely, at least some. 2 different genitals. All right, homegirl. Said he should borrow Logan's "Assholes Never Die" shirt that she wore to the search. Yeah, you know, Logan, she loves her own persona, man. But the moment that you see through her and point out who she really is and what she really says, she gets dumbfounded. And all she can do is say, you know, well, she told me in her statement that I put the pieces together. That's a compliment. She didn't want to give me a compliment, but she did. Yeah, I'm bored with her. I'm bored with her act. But if you see any statements from her, oh, hell yeah, I want to see them. But I think that they left the group because they realized if they continue, they're going to leak more and more information. And they also realized that the more they talk, the more I'm going to talk about them. Yeah, she's annoying. She's just an annoying person. You know what I mean? Lack of copper, lack of nutrients. There are a lot of deficiencies probably contributing, you know. Did you go to Aldi or Albertsons? No, you went to Starbucks and got a vape. Did you go shopping to make sure the kids have, no, you know, I mean, we know this. Tap out shirt? I don't know. I don't know who's male and who's female most of the time among you guys. So if I call you dude, because your name doesn't reveal it, this is just habitual. But I do get the vibes from, I can tell the difference, how somebody writes, and you can tell. Sorry. Don't make me laugh. It's your fault. Oh my God. Love you guys. Thank you so much for still being here. I actually enjoy it more at this time of night when everybody's calmed down, when you can hear yourself think, when the day is over, when nobody's around, when nobody interrupts you and your own thoughts are your own. I love that. Even though there's less people present, I rather have that. And again, I will figure out how to it's not important. I will leave my lives the way they are. If people want to watch them, okay. If not, then not. If it's, I can't freaking help it. If people have time to watch Drunk Turkey Show, then, you know, if you want the information on my channel, I can give, you know, I don't want to do extra work. I just don't. I rather the moment that I'm done talking about something, I immediately start looking into other things. And that's all I do. So I'm not going to be worried. I'm publishing it as it is. I covered what I could, and then if others will share timestamps with me and point things out, that's great. Me too, Mike. Thank you. They are all annoying, except Belinda, Fluffy, and Justin, the silent one. Yes, Ruby's Shadow says they are all annoying, except Belinda. I agree. Fluffy also. Fluffy is just being Fluffy. And Justin, he's a silent one, yeah. The Man After Dark? No, yeah, okay. Well, maybe I will title it that. The Man After Dark. Well, you see, we know where to look for Jack and Lily, or where the cadaver dog should be. But again, if they're not doing it, Fluffy is... wait, let me turn off my microphone so I can have a sound that shouldn't inspire you to light anything up. I kept my promise. Weight is solid, I agree. I see you put Free Fluffy on your board. I said that to you in 80s Live. So glad I'm getting caught up with you. Yeah, Reed, that's where I think came up with this one, right? Or I love Fluffy and Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Mike, the Man After Dark. Well, you know, I don't want to rename my channel, but I can make a video title like this, Mike, the Man After Dark. Okay, I will do it. I will do it as soon as I'm done. That will be the name. The Man After Dark is better, right? Just the man. The Man After Dark. That's cool. I dig it, dudes. Stealing from Michelle After Dark. Yeah, so should I not do it? Listen, I wouldn't make it the title of my channel. I would make it only the title of one video. One video only. So you tell me. We don't need anything fancy. No, I don't want anything. I mean, I do if somebody like when somebody creates something for me, a thumbnail, of course I will use it. And I still have more free fluffies that I may add later. But the thing is that when I, no, in the dark would mean I don't have a freaking clue. The Man After Daniel. Or Daniel After Dark. Yeah, that'd be great. Dark Mode the Man. How about that? Dark Mode Daniel. I love this, by the way. That's why when I have something, you know, I started making 2 different videos, man, to pre-record them because it was middle of the night and I had something to say. But then I got so bored with it, without having you guys here, you know. And I figured I write it down and I get to it later, you know, because Dark Mode the Man. That's cool, right? Dark Mode the Man. Okay, I will use that. The Man After Dark. Okay, I will do that too. I think that's good. I'm not stealing from her. Am I stealing from her? My son had physiologic oh yes, Allison. I don't believe in SIDS. Apnea, yeah. Again, these are things I'm not going to get into detail because I don't have a doctor's degree and I don't have a medical license. And so there are certain areas I can hint at. But the moment that I tell you what I really think, if this doesn't align with what the medical societies agree upon, then this is also, I learned that also, the Man at Dark. Hi, Rosebud, welcome back. Then, you know, then it's very easy. And I learned this during the COVID thing already, that there were things where I was very, very restricted in terms of what I'm able to say, you know, and there's a reason, of course, for it that I may or may not agree with, but the bottom line is that I cannot, you know, then if I, you know, I'm not an accredited medical professional, even though I published a scientific paper before, then I am not allowed to say certain things that I think, and that's just how it works. And so I don't want to be reported for something that is not even, I don't want to, I have to make very, very, very clear that there's a lot more I want to speak about, and I will in time, you know what I mean? Mike, what's done in the dark is my, I talk to you about that in private. Oh no, you can't copy Michelle. That would not be good. I can't stand her. Yeah, I agree. By the way, Lana. I agree when people say something that's truthful and then they mix in BS, it's even worse than when somebody straight up BS, like Dali Vision. When somebody straight up BS and basically tells you and shows you that he doesn't care either way, it's much more dangerous when somebody gives you part truth and part misinformation, if not disinformation. That's much more dangerous. So I don't want to, the man on demand. Okay, house music. I think I may try that one, the man on demand. Yep. That's true. That's true, Robin. The problem is that I get so into this that I will tell you I am 100% sure about certain things because I am, right? And so I will think about a good way to word things and answer about SIDS and some other stuff too. But the problem is that I really, really, and I'm amazed with what, that. But I'm also not used to, Robin, I'm also not used to having a chat like this, where people are, intelligent on every level, right? Because normally when I talk about these things, I get a lot of disagreement. What, are you a doctor? How do you know? No, I'm not a doctor, but I investigated. I don't need to copy anyone. The man, what was it again? On demand? Yeah, I will see. No, I don't need to copy anyone. A lot of people copy me. And feel free to point it out when they do. You know what I mean? But either way. Title, get in there. Get in here as a title, get in here. No, the moment there's arguing, you have theory against theory. We don't theorize, we look at the possibilities. The moment that there's an argument, don't do it. Just don't do it. I'm not a doctor, I just play one on YouTube. Okay, cool. I can do that. Nah, I don't want to play a doctor either. Because I believe that by the time you get your degree, you've already been compromised, in my opinion. I'm up for any kind of solution when it comes to autism. We have 4 males in our family who have it at the age of 30 to 10. No, I cannot call myself Dr. the Man. You see, that's the kind of stuff that'll get you in trouble, man. That's the kind of stuff where it's going to be very easy to, and I don't need to do that either, man. Because the moment I hear doctor, I already figured, both of my uncles have doctor degrees, by the way. I already figure, okay, autophagy is the body's natural process for removing damage to unnecessary cellular components and recycling them for reuse. Yeah, I look more into this. But the thing is that yep, I'm not into the pill pushing thing. Oops, I misspoke. People go to the ad homonyms and personal attacks when they can't keep up. Oh crap, I have 4 kids, different fathers. Oh my God. I take some things into private messages. Oh, I got some new ones. Let me see what I'm getting here. Is that from Zach? Oh, interesting. But this is something I need to read up on more. Some of the things that you guys sent me, I have to take my time right now in order to make sure I present this in a very, very proper manner. And I have to do some due diligence here very soon. Oh, when we do fasting, I agree. Midnight musings with Mike. Mike's musings. Wait. Yeah, I don't like censorship. But unfortunately, it's necessary here sometimes. Oh, yeah. The MTHFR gene mutation, yes. Of course, it reads like mother effer. That's how I remember it. I'm very much into these things, guys, very much. And this also related to my blood type related studies, very, very much. I learned a lot through that about heritage, about true ancestries. I like that as a title, what you just sent me, as a title for a logo. Fluffy has seen some shit. I like that. Fluffy special report. Fluffy breaks the silence. Yeah, free the internet too, right? You know, that's how I'm gonna do that again. I don't care. I'm gonna let you go, guys, later in a minute. Not yet. I think I don't want to. I think I'm gonna play We Have Via the Internet just for the heck of it. You know what I mean?
Wake up,
No, not yet. But it'll come. Well, maybe. Because plaids. You know what? I'm just gonna, right now, plaids analysis by Mike Demand is my default. So when I just go online and I go click live chat, and I love that, by the way. The moment something's on my mind, I immediately do that. I don't prepare. I don't need to. I hate it. I prepare all day long. I read things all day long and I filter them out. So for now, it's plaids analysis by Mike Demand, and I want Fluffy. He can run free on my property. I would love for you to have Fluffy, Marley. And Fluffy would love that too. Fluffy fights back. That would be good. Maybe I make a title like that. Fluffy fights back. Hashtag free Fluffy. How about that? Yeah, you know what? If you deal with so much insanity where all the things that we are discovering are being ignored by the people who should do the investigation properly, what can you do? Fluffy is gonna F you up. Fluffy says, knock you out. Our food has too many preservatives. Yes. But I don't believe in anybody, if you will. I don't have my hopes in any politician, period. Meaning I don't, I look for the facts that they present, but I stay far away from relying on anybody to do the work for me, because sometimes people change and they start off right, and then they get compromised, and anyways. These preservatives, also chemicals in shampoo and chemicals in food and anything chemical, guys, it's not for us. Period. Fresh and natural food, that's what we need. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like with chlorine that kills life, or that kills all these anything. I'm very much trying to avoid chemicals as much as possible. A lot of our food isn't even food. Yeah. You know, fast food was healthy 40 years ago compared to what it is now. You know, 40 years ago, my parents told me, stop eating fast food. And I told him, no, just give me $5, man. I can go to a fast food place. I don't want to go home for dinner. Actually, it was less than $5 back then. I think for like, it was a lot less, actually. Yeah, I don't know, but you know what, guys? I think we are all responsible for our own diet and what we do and what we eat. And, we all are, we got to rely on ourselves and do due diligence and maybe share things with each other and learn from each other and so on, but nobody will do it for us. That's just the reality, So I don't like to follow anybody. Of course, there are people that I pay more attention to than others, but you know what I mean? I get beef from a local store that gets it straight from the farm. That's where I get my beef. And it's grass-fed, 100%. And I load up on it, meaning that's all I got in my freezer. Of course I eat out, and I'm not strict with anything. I don't want to stress. Like, oh my God, I can't eat this, I can't eat that. I used to hate it when there's Thanksgiving dinner and somebody just became vegan and demands, I don't, you know what I mean? I go to the restaurants and I order whatever makes the most sense to me. But I'm not gonna starve myself and not have a good time because I don't want to, So I compromise a little bit here and there, of course. Grass-fed beef has almost twice the vitamins as grain-fed beef. And I have the studies here that show that. And if you ask Google will say that that beef has 0% vitamin C. But there are actual studies that indicate otherwise. Yeah, but Lana, I agree. But European food also goes down the same road now. And European food also is not what it used to be. Yeah, I would like to Blinded Me with Science, that song, but then YouTube will give me another warning or a warning. They haven't given me a warning yet, but they just informed me when there's a copyrighted thing somewhere, and then I can filter it out, which I try to avoid. We are responsible for ourselves. Sugar is the enemy, yes. We are 100% responsible for ourselves, man. So if you tell me, okay, well, the government said this is the food pyramid, the hell out of here, man. The food pyramid. 80% carbohydrates? Are you kidding me? Our distant ancestors, they went fishing, they went hunting, potatoes, and they didn't have potatoes in Europe at the time either. You know what I mean? People followed. Sugar is the worst thing. I have not had sugar in almost a year now. And that's the only thing that I do. I will make a customized song. That's the only thing that I hate it when people go to a restaurant and annoy, and is this kosher? Is this vegan? Is this, is it that? And I mean, I don't, I will order what I order, kosher food or whatever, if it's available, or beef, if you have anything. But I'm not going to say, I don't want to, I always hate making a waiter's job even more difficult, you know, because I remember one of my earliest jobs when I was 20, where I was in that position. And most people who do that do it just for show because they want to seem important. So they come up with a bunch of special needs that they allegedly have for their food. And, you know, so the only question sometimes I ask, did you cook with sugar? Is there sugar in it? And sometimes I make up that I'm diabetic, which I'm not, just because I don't want to, I feel bad about annoying people. That I say, you know, but I know that restaurants are aware of these diabetic options probably, right? So I say I'm diabetic. I can't have sugar. So nobody tries to make it sound like I like lamb. Lamb is good too. Yeah, I love lamb. It's not available in my favorite store though. That small store that sells things straight from the farm. So otherwise I would love lamb. Absolutely. Lamb is good. And anything wild game has so much more nutrients, man. Deer or wild boar. Have you ever eaten boar? Boar is absolutely amazing, man. And you feel amazing after you eat it. So today's farm animals are just a degenerate version of what our distant ancestors really ate. I'll come over, Mari. I'm sure that it's going to be good for me. Yeah, sugar is not good, man. I tell people whatever. I don't care. I'm going to lie and say I'm diabetic. Because otherwise they may not take it seriously and say, oh, this guy's just grandstanding like all these vegan dudes who come in here with their man bun and want to show off and allegedly, sorry, in my opinion, whatever I heard. And so I'm like, I'm diabetic. You want me to go into diabetic shock in your restaurant? Please don't put sugar in. But then again, if they're using sweetener of any type of other sort, that's not good for me either, you know? Mike, I'll cook whatever you want. Wow. I will get some raw game. That's what I will. Or fish also, but I am more satisfied when I have something that's, beef is my best option available in my opinion. It's the closest to what my ancestors ate. I love fish, but I'm not full from fish as I am from beef. That's one thing I came to realize, you know. Beef just does it for me. Rabbit, yeah. Everything fresh and natural, man. Honey, you know what? I don't think I ever had the right honey, Lana. I bought some and I know, like my taste buds are coming back. I know there was sugar in it. So if I get real honey, I would love it. I would actually use it into my coffee. If I find it, absolutely. I would love that. I think it's good for you. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but right now, coffee, it's just coffee with milk. And I forget what sugar is like. I forgot about it. So for me, milk is sweet enough. You know what I mean? I used to be sugar addict, man. I used to put like 5 spoons into this coffee cup. And it got me going for the day. You know, when I had some fake energy and I had, you know. Magari pasa alia vodka? What vodka? And there's a big difference between good alcohol and crappy alcohol, right? So if you have really quality alcohol, you don't get a hangover. The hangover is your body telling you stay away from these chemicals. I drink tea when I'm out of coffee, and I make my tea so strong that it's almost like coffee. Because normally I run out of coffee when I do my lives. And then I'm like, oh crap, I'm wearing out. I'm wearing down. I need some coffee. And then it's like, no coffee. But also coffee, I think it's better at times when I had no coffee and I allowed myself to sleep as long as I wanted to and needed to, when I realized I had nothing that I really needed to do. So all of this is a learning process for me, guys. Yeah, that, of course, Marley, of course. Yes, your body. And when I was 12 years old, I was in Spain on a vacation. That was during the World Cup. And they had a fiesta on the streets and they gave sangria to everybody, including me. And I threw up. And I know exactly the day, because I remember it was Poland versus the Soviet Union, the soccer game. So I always remember the first day I got drunk. A little bit. And I threw the hell up. And I remember like 10 local people standing over me, trying to figure out what was wrong with me when I almost passed out. Serious, I remember we were sitting in this bar and watching the game. Of course, my mom was not there. I was with some local boys and some other tourists there. And we went back to get refills, man, and they gave us. Yeah, riddle me this. How come it takes us a whole lifetime to learn life's lesson? Because we are ill-informed and people pretend to know what they're talking about when they teach us. We just have to reset. Like David Bowie said, getting old means you become the person you always have been, right? So I look at aging as a wonderful thing, actually. But it depends how you age. In 4 years, I'm gonna be Janie's age. But I'm not planning to look like that. Sorry, this is not called for. I mean, look at it. Shit, I shut up now. She looked good before. She looked like a nice lady before. And that older picture with Justin and then Daniel. But I think her energy reflects in her something like that. I need to watch out what I'm saying, man. Because people will, I don't want to be accused of shaming. And that's not what I do, shaming. I'm a caregiver, so I live on coffee. Yeah, I used to work night shifts. And that's when I really gotten into it. I'm talking about liters of like quarts and quarts of coffee. Colombian Supreme was called, the brand. I started with the lighter one and it didn't do, yeah. So it's never too late to reset and be who you really are, people. She aged because of her son. He has a serious mental illness. She loves, but she aged because of, again, I'm not a doctor. The stronger, the better, yeah. As long as I can mix it with some milk, I drink far too much coffee too. And it's something that I didn't for like a month and I felt a lot better, but then I felt like I'm not, and I wanted to talk about things and I felt unmotivated to be on camera, right? I didn't feel unmotivated to talk, but I felt like I don't have the right energy level. I'm weird. It's weird like that, But I love your messages, guys. I'm getting a lot of them right now from people who haven't really messaged me before. Another fundraiser. I hate. Never mind. Let me read this. Who's Chris? No, I don't want to out people. I want to talk about people that are important. If they're important, I drink it. If they leave me alone, I leave them alone. How about that? Thank you, Rosebud. I really enjoy doing these lives. I really like them. Even though it's harder for people to find this. Yeah, I like my lives. I like them. I like doing them. And now it's like second nature. And that's why I limit myself. I just turn on the camera and then let it flow. And if I have nothing, I shut it off. You know what I mean? I did that before. After 20 minutes, I was like, this is not going anywhere. But again, there are many things important in life, and we can all discuss them. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute. So yeah, I kind of like to just do this. And the night owls. I love the night owls. I am one. Because night owls are thinkers. They can't sleep because we have a lot on our minds that hasn't been answered, right? And during the day, they can spill their wheels. You know, they can have fake titles and put up the wheels for the hamsters to run on, let them wear themselves out, and I come on later and summarize and ask you guys what's important actually, what came out today that's actually important, and put it into the right perspective. Make it make sense, you know, or make it, or reveal, you know, I need to do better on that. I do like green tea with agave. I just drink black tea. Lipton. I'm extending a long hug to whoever needs one. Many people have no one. Love is what this world needs, Marley. Yes, you said it right. The world needs love, man. And you know what? A lot of times people are so disconnected from each other that there are so many misunderstandings in life that we lack the real connections. And this is Thanksgiving you for the chat tonight. It's almost morning here and I must get some sleep. Lana, message me, email me, and thank you so much for what you brought to my attention. Vinegar, Marley. Yeah, so there's good vinegar and not so good vinegar. I'm interested because right now I don't use vinegar. I'm not so sure. Because I look what's in the bottle, what the ingredients, you know, I just use lemon right now. I just buy fresh lemons from the same store, by the way, where they have the grass-fed beef also. So I'm limiting myself. If I'm not sure, I'm not doing it. So ketchup, all the stuff I threw out a long time ago. Like, what's the need? I can buy tomatoes, and I guess tomatoes and vinegar is ketchup, right? Minus the sugar. Okay, I will try it. Vinegar, the mother vinegar. Interesting. Because I like vinegar. You see, Chinese food used to be my favorite food, but then I realized that, you know, if there's sugar and MSG and all this crap. So I like my own type of Chinese food, I guess. And vinegar was always an important part of it. I used to love the shark fin soup. A voice, thank you. Somebody needs to be a voice, man, but it's always depending on the people around me. You know what I mean? Because I don't know a lot of things, and so I love it when somebody fills me in, and you guys are doing that. That's why I'm not worried anymore about going online, because I don't need to know everything. I just need to be open to learning what I don't know. And thanks to this live chat, I'm able to do that, to fill in the blanks, my own blanks. So it's a give and take kind of thing. And I look back in horror on the time I wasted on Twitter, man. Even though I met Callie Gibson there. So good things happened on Twitter too. I missed what Diesel Research says. Imagine if they were found alive and learned how loved they really were. Diesel Research, absolutely, absolutely. Oh my God, I thought this also with Sebastian Rogers. Because his life was so shitty. If he would be able to see, make your own bread. I don't do bread with only a few ingredients. Store bread is horrible, I agree. But you know what, Marley, I also recently looked up, because, native tribes don't have, like the Neanderthals, they didn't have any dental issues, right? Except the ones who lived in the Near East, and they ate dates, from the palm, dates. And in those areas, they had dental issues. So maybe they were too sweet. I don't know. That's at least what AI told me. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I wondered also, why was there dentistry in ancient Egypt? They had no sugar, but they said it's because of bread and the concentration of carbohydrates, etc., that's where major dental issues came. And bread was really food created for the poor people, so they can work the farms and produce meat for the people who had more money, right? Make your own bread with only a few ingredients. So gotcha. Okay. I just eat beef right now. But of course, when I'm in a restaurant and I eat a burger, I'm not going to move the bread away, and I just eat whatever I order, or rice and beans with beef, Mexican style food. I really like that. And I said before, when I lived in Costa Rica, everything, of course, is with rice and beans, and then maybe an egg or maybe something. And it was really, I felt the healthiest ever in my entire life in the 3 years that I lived in Costa Rica, even though I had some very unhealthy habits there as well. German bread, yeah, they have different ones over there, right? Different types. Many different. Pumpernickel is actually not as good as the original bread that they have there. No, yeah. And my grandfather died at 67, man. So, and now I'm 56. So when they tell me I need to renew my license when I'm turn 60, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, oh my God, 60 is like a scary number for me, But he was not living a healthy lifestyle. He was a chemist, and he spent just too much time inside smoking and drinking coffee all day, and only lived to 68. Yeah, my grandfather, almost the same. Yeah, I don't think about age, really. I think about it when I you know, when these discussions come up about gray hair and so on. By the way, William Shatner has just been hospitalized. He's 94 now, since we talked about him the other day. And he looks a lot younger than most 94-year-olds, man. Back when I was a kid, people didn't make it to that age either way. You know what I mean? It was not unnormal that somebody dies at 67. It was not unheard of. I mean, it was not something that people were surprised by, where you would say, we need I genuinely love everyone. No, we didn't meet by chance. This is an energy thing, man. Also, when I realized that what I like the most is, yes, I talk about the subject at hand, but then I'm like, oh my God, there's so much interesting stuff that I can learn from you guys, where I don't need to prepare because I need to be able to just be here and learn. That's really what I enjoy. I enjoy learning the most, and teaching is one way of learning. It's a good way of learning, actually. If you teach the right way, if you don't try to tell people what to believe and what to think, but you actually share what you're learning yourself and are open to everything. Wow. I love the fact that I'm still... How old is Dick Van Dyke? He is very old. Let me see. I'm getting lazy now. How old is Dick Van Dyke?
Dick Van Dyke is 99 years old.
How old is his wife? How old is Dick Van Dyke's wife? "53. Younger than me. He's almost, let's see when he turns 100. I wonder what his blood type is. In December, he will turn 100. On December 13, let me see. December 13. In 2 months and 2 weeks, a little more. What makes you cry, Marley? Rosebud, I was gonna say this thing that you're only as old as the woman that you feel. Yeah, Mike, that's one of our teachings. Children choose their parents and they teach us how to be good parents and ancestors to them. Yeah, our job is to learn. I hadn't had the opportunity to learn things the right way, Artemisia, when I was a kid. There was too much, sorry. You see, in this politically correct world, I'm happy with you guys. I don't have to watch. Yes. Belinda makes me cry. You know? When she's the only voice for them and everybody is compromised. But she also listens to a lot of the wrong people, I think. You know what I mean? They want her to... Anyways, that's between me and her. She wants to keep the kids' names out there. That's what she said in that interview. Her biggest fear is that everybody forgets about Jack and Lily. And so at least even if the people don't have the right intentions with her, at least they are, and they understand that, you know, that is her weak spot, that she wants to keep their names out there. Yeah. Yep, Rosebud. Yes, yes, yes. I agree with you, Rosebud, completely. Yeah. You see, at least we are able to learn and teach what we know. So no matter what the whole world wants to speak about, and now they're going to say, we did the search, nothing is there, it's not criminal in nature. The only other option would be that the children walked away and walked so far that they have never been found by anybody, or that they fell into a river and by themselves gotten out into the ocean, right? So the non-criminal alternative is not reasonable. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here you have a bunch of relatives where it's red flag after red flag. And of course, with Belinda, there's absolutely only genuine talk, right? And she doesn't talk to you about how much she has done. I searched here, I searched there. Until a week ago, I didn't even know how much she herself searched. She never talked about it because it's insignificant. You understand what I'm saying? Because it didn't result in Jack and Lily being found. She never talked about it. And that's making sense. Oh my God, the proof theory seems to be the proof theory. I don't even want to know, Rose, but I just know that we know what we know. I know they were taken to the ocean. That's what the statements reveal. I don't know where exactly. I think up north. I'm 80% up north, 20% churro, but mostly up north makes the most sense. But from there, I don't know. The big beach island, maybe? It's a possibility, high possibility, yes. But I don't know. But I know they were taken to the ocean. That's what the statements reveal to me. So I'm not going to stray away just because other people, even when Belinda is being confused, no, and asking me questions, I say, no. I'm sorry, show me the statements, Ask these people to show you the statements or show you the proof and not fill your head with a bunch of theories, because I don't do theories, Statement analysis enables me to be free of those completely and 100%. Oh, went poof? Sorry. Chris Proudfoot said he just went poof. Well, acidic acid is one thing. I remember when he said it has to be equally dissolved. That was leakage, in my opinion. That could either mean the sleeping pills that he put into the retention pond, possibly, or I looked up acidic acids in solution. And because he before made a statement on his Facebook account, allegedly saying, don't mess with the blue-collared man. We have access to acids. So this is a possibility. But I said before, there was also digging references, a lot of digging, bulldozing. And I said before, if you have cadaver dogs, take them to the property of the Bowersoxes, in my opinion. That was what I already stated before. But if now law enforcement doesn't do it, it means there's a dead end. But just because there's a dead end doesn't mean I need to look into different directions, because the avoidance was his mother and their property, right? So, yes, that's why Daniel is certain they won't be found. That's why Daniel has time to worry about what people think about him. Because in his own mind, he should be free completely. Hey, there are no bodies. Let's forget about it, right? That's how his mind works. And now remember the last time when he talked, he said, no matter what I do, people, right? Always about the people, always about other people, right? What was it he said? Come on, Daniel.
Closed. One chapter at a time.
How have you been doing?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm doing well, but doing better than I was at the start, I guess. It's physically exhausting, mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, but every day you wake up and it's a new day. New hope. And just keep going forward.
Tell me.
Why are you the victim, dude?
About the toll, like what you were just mentioning earlier about social media.
Yeah, social media has been quite a circus, we'll call it. But I can't control them, and they're free to judge. Maybe just use a little bit of this before they start typing, or
tell your mom to use a little bit of this before she starts talking. How about that? Tell your mom. I'm sure he actually did tell her, maybe in a nice way, because his mom will be like, you don't pay any rent here. You better watch what you say to me, boy. You know? He can't control us. He can't control Malaya, but he controlled Lilly and Jack. He said it. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. And that's where Chris Proudfoot and Daniel Martell are similar. Oh my God, the police doesn't do, the police and the police leaves us alone now, but people still don't. Yeah. But I mean, how does it it's a boy, I mean, how Justin, I mean, he made it out of there. Out of the shadow of his mama. But Daniel is still stuck there at the age of 34. You know what I mean? Like, once he left work 4 or 5 times to help with the kids, I had immediately flashbacks. The only time my dad had to come home from work was to give me a whooping. Stephanie Krieger, yes. I read it again. It stuck with me when he said once he left work 4 or 4 times to help with the kids. I had immediate flashbacks. The only time my dad had to come home from work was to give me a whooping. Yeah. I mean, I can see that if he, I think Janie is now trying to change her voice, though. I don't sound like that. I said I don't sound like that. Boy, did you hear me? And then maybe she read the comments on where people said, wow, you sound just like Janie. And maybe that's why she's talking so softly now, you know what I mean? Because she does. She changed the way she talks very much. Maybe somebody said, listen, Janie, I've only known you for a little bit, and let me coach you, you know? Lansdowne Station Road. Oh my God. I was gonna do Janie today, man, but I only have like 10 minutes of her stuff left, but I'm not going to do it now. Because then I need to have something that I get to later on. But I also, sometimes I don't have enough material to present to you guys. Sometimes I have something really important. For example, when Daniel denied cars have been towed, I'm like, let's get on. This is important for us to know, right? What else can I offer you? I don't know. I have a couple more videos that I can go through. And I like it like that. I like to be flexible also to what you guys are into. You know what I mean? But Mike, did you ever see the conversation to which Daniel said that Malaya wanted to just be the 3 of them? No, I have not. I have not, CB. But send it, please. Maybe she's on new meds to calm it down. Yeah, it's possible too. Maybe less coffee. I don't know. Daniel is the puppet master. Props to. No, my dad never had to come home because of me, and they wouldn't have. He was a musician, and he wouldn't have been able to. But yeah, when my mom said, wait till your dad hears about it, I was like, no, what can I do? You know what I mean? If my dad had come home only to help, so to speak, help my mother control me, that would have not gone down well at all. Oh, she has a crush on DT? I wouldn't be surprised. He's kind of cute. I wonder how their private conversations are. I think you're kind of hot. You're hotter than the contractor. I don't know if he's Justin's dad. I don't really keep track of time. You guys are amazing. I agree, Robin. This is wonderful, this chat. I love to, and I don't care, I love to just be on here. I mean, I can't believe how time goes, but I have better conversations with you guys than most of the people I know locally here. You know what I mean? It was Daniel who only wanted the 3 of them. Okay, got it. That makes more sense. Malaya wouldn't, I mean, wait till your father comes home. These kids run when they see me. My dad told my mom to stop saying, wait till your father gets home. These kids run when they see me. That makes sense, Rosebud. But you see, Janie, I don't think she needed Earl to come back. I think Janie, okay, I believe that, but he said it was Malaya who wanted that, and I was wondering if Mike ever... No, I have not, but please send it to me. I may have missed it, guys. Anything just on Facebook. By the way, Facebook, you can just go to my Facebook Messenger. I will check the spam filter, and you can just you don't need to you can just send me the screenshot. You know what I mean? Don't even think about it. Just send it down. Just screenshot and go to Mike the Man on Facebook and just send it my way, and I will look at it. That's great. This is such an intelligent group. I agree. This is the best. I mean, I never felt this comfortable in any online group, period. That's why I came on. I wasn't going to, but I think once a day, every night, at a very late time. Oh my God, but you see, I don't want you to lose sleep, but this is now 4 hours and 90 minutes. It's incredible, Mike, but I don't know where it is, so no, don't worry about, hey guys, don't worry. Don't spend time looking for anything. Don't take away from your day. All I'm saying is whenever you, during the day or whenever, come across something you think is interesting, screenshot. Don't think about it. Take a screenshot and send it to my inbox on Facebook. Okay, Mike, but I don't know where. Okay, you make a comfort. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you make me comfortable too. When I see your name, when I see you guys' names, I already know everything's going to be all right, because I think oh my God, I shouldn't make a YouTube video. I don't have enough stuff to talk about. And then I see your names and I realize that you all are very similar in terms of where you are selective in terms of what you listen to and allow yourself to listen to. Earl said, F, that ain't no way he's going back to Janie. Great call. Earl said that? I mean, yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think that Earl is not able to, but I mean, I wonder what he was like too. You know what I mean? So there's a reason Daniel thinks certain things are normal. Where are these 100 acres? Okay, I looked at that map and I didn't see 100 acres. Do you have the property information? Let me look. I'm fading out now, by the way, so don't expect too much. This property doesn't look that he owns with his brothers up north. It doesn't look like 100 acres to me. So maybe I missed the part. Likewise, Marley. I mean, I shared some property info, remember? Does it say, it doesn't look like 100 acres to me, guys. This does not look like 100 acres. At all. Maybe that's the one, I don't know. I don't want to have this on too much. Got to be more careful with this, but it's public record. I'm not outing, I'm not doxing. It's all public record, people. Like Sunny promoted it, and now Janie is talking to DT. Hi, Laurie. Nice to see you. I don't know what you're referring to. But by the way, I'm fading out, Laurie. We've been on so long. And I'm going to say goodnight now to you guys. I think that we have covered a lot of important, I think I'm fading. When I'm fading out, that's it. And I think I need to have the song just to give us something lighter. And I see you very soon, people. I'm not hiding. I'm fading. Yes, I'm fading. I'll talk to a couple of you in private here and there. Feel free to hit me up. Anyways, whenever you see something that is important to you, take a screenshot and send it my way, guys. And please don't be angry if I don't reply. Marley knows sometimes I don't reply for a long time, and then all of a sudden I reply. You know what I mean? So because I'm looking through everything, except if somebody sends me only horse shit. But these are not the people that are here in this chat, right? But they are people who only send me horse shit. I don't know if they want to sidetrack me or what. I mean, I know some of them do. So I always get swamped. Kim. Good night, Kim. I hope to catch you next.
Wake up, everybody.
Sleep,
Stop
everybody.
Sleeping. They want to charge more. Big companies are creeping into
Good night, everybody.
our internet. Internet's in distress. Let's answer the SOS. I'm the internet. You're the internet. We're the internet. Now that's the internet. I like the internet. We love the internet, and I can prove it.
Some nefarious made me who I am, living in an online neverland. The web's my playground, no suits allowed. Internet celebrities, let's sing it proud. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it.
It's not my tights that cut off circulation. Big business wants to control the net nation. What you can see, how much you should pay. Tell me, is this the democratic way?
I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it.
Wake up, everybody.
Stop sleeping. They want to charge more. Big companies are creeping into our internet. Internet's in distress. Let's answer the SOS. Keep it free and keep it open. Speak up or our World Wide Web will be broken.
Free fluffy, yeah.
I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the internet, now that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're the internet, we're the in and out, that's the internet. I like the internet, we love the internet, and I can prove it. I'm the internet, you're